Wrestling fans, it's time to rock. WWE legend Marty Jannetty of the Rockers returns for 3 big nights, Wednesday, September the 1st through Friday, September the 3rd. Marty will be taping historical Wrestling Insider episodes, live specials, Insider autograph signings. Support wrestling superstars. Pre-order autographed 8x10s now over at bostonwrestling.com. This September, get your sunglasses ready. It's time to party with Marty. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
Wrestlemania Weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Crime Time, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition. Between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting, we can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live and ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the July 31st, 2021 edition of Wrestling Insider's Week in Review, where we give you one-stop shopping to all of our great weeknight programs in one supersized episode, giving you hours upon hours of wrestling talk about the 80s, the 90s, even some current events, and the king of sports. Can you believe it's the final day of July? It seems like I was just kicking off July saying, can you believe that half of 2021 is already over? It's unbelievable. Folks, if you do not know me, I am Dan Marotti, here on a perfect summer Saturday afternoon, trapped in the fishbowl that is MWF Studios, producing what is hopefully enjoyable professional wrestling content for you, wherever you may be. If you want more of it, it would be highly encouraging to see new Boston Wrestling Patreon family members tonight at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. It'd be wonderful to see merchandise moving in the eBay store and to see that gray super chat button light up, baby. I light up like a Christmas tree when you guys contribute, and everybody contributes. It makes the work so much easier for all of us. As I noted, it takes a lot of hard work to bring you content 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And that being done this week in a day, I should say a week filled of 13-hour days. I am a tired man, and it's going to continue again next week, which is putting a ear-to-ear grin on my face, folks. But have to say, had a blast with JTG of Crime Time live in studio last Sunday. I apologize for the PayPal error that prevented us from having autographed photos available. I'll take full blame on that one. I completely messed up the passwords for our assassin, Howard Miller, to be able to navigate the PayPal account. I really love the episodes we tape with JTG, as you'll see tonight here on Wrestling Insider's Week in Review, and I really hope to have him with us in studio again sooner than later. Like last week, as I noted, it's going to be a stressful week ahead, many 12-plus hour days as the reconstruction phase here at the studio continues. The goal, and I say the goal, it doesn't mean it's necessarily concrete and going to happen, but my goal remains to provide you unpredictable content you can enjoy at the predictable times you enjoy it 7 days a week. For those of you that followed the Glantz drama, the good news is that he finally reached out, at least to the studio this week, about the studio equipment he has quote-unquote borrowed for nearly 4 months. And we're still planning on having a Wrestle House 2 in Tampa. just not when we were going to have it. We need support on that Indiegogo campaign to make it happen, or we can't do it. The link can be found at the top of the premiere chat if you're watching with us on Saturday night, or in the comment section below. In exchange for your kindness, thoughtfulness, and generosity, we have great autograph rewards, live experiences, and advertising opportunities to go along with your donation in bringing wrestling superstars and legend stories to life. Final reminder for our Boston Wrestling Patreon family members, you have exclusive access to all-inclusive VIP packages and event tickets to our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, through this coming Friday. On Friday, tickets go on sale to all fans, and we make another featured superstar announcement, joining Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, and Hacksaw Jim Duggan. It's going to be an in-ring live event in Fanfest you're never going to forget. Save the date, folks, Saturday, November the 13th. In case you missed it, with John Cena Sr. and Majo Ouellette of Ms. and Mrs. fame on a remote island, unable to produce even a podcast-style episode of Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays last night, we brought to you a very interesting episode of MWF Extra, where John Cena Sr. and I shared our takeaways from the recent MWF Board of Directors meeting we had leading into the 20th anniversary bash. That is also available on YouTube now. As I noted, I don't want great live wrestling events and FanFest to come at the expense of these talk shows. When it comes to Wrestling Insiders, fans, please, there's so many different ways you can help grow these programs without spending a penny. If you enjoy the content, give the show a big Hacksaw Jim Duggan-sized thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Again, both are free. It lets YouTube know you're enjoying everything we're doing here in Boston Wrestling, and it'll help them, or their computers, or however it works, showcase our content to the millions and millions of fans that have no idea we exist, the millions of fans that bolted wrestling after the 80s boom, millions more that left after the Attitude Era and the Monday Night Wars. Some of these fans may not like what's on TV right now in modern-day wrestling on WWE or AEW, but they may very well love our labor of love, and that's very important, because if we don't keep growing these talk shows, I don't know what's going to happen with them. Also, if you're watching this premiere, share the link across social media, whether it be Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, if you're a member of Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites, anywhere there could be fans that would enjoy 80s, 90s, and current wrestling event talk, share the link with them so they can sample what we do, and hopefully we make some new friends. Have you seen the brand new Iron Sheik studio shoot interview DVD we've added to Patreon? Have you seen New Jack, the final interview episodes that are available? Wait until you see what and who we have for you in the month of August. We don't just want, but need. We need more of you to join our Boston Wrestling family. Over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, you know you get that early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, access to our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, as seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusive videos, plus help keep wrestling legends working. Again, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Diehard fans, check it out. You'll love it. It costs about the cup of coffee over at Starbucks. And let me tell you this, the first of the month is always a difficult day on Patreon. I guess that's the day fans can choose to renew, not renew, and so on. We don't want to see those numbers go down, folks. We need those numbers to continue to rise, to be erect, so to speak, because we need to keep the lights on. And to do that, we need to pay the bills. All right, with that said, it was another busy week in the world of professional wrestling. Let's kick off Wrestling Insider's Weekend Review, podcast style, with WWF Tag Team Championship Manager Oscar of Men on a Mission's Monday Night Mission, where the former Tag Team Champion Manager shoots on CM Punk and Daniel Bryan potentially headed to AEW, Braun Strowman, B. Brian Blair's son murdered, and more. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. Dan Marati, along with your host, former WWF Tag Team Championship Manager Extraordinaire, the man that nearly blew the roof off of Madison Square Garden at WrestleMania 10, the original Boston Garden at Survivor Series 93, in arenas around the country, around the world, the man that throws his hands in the air and waves them like you just don't care. There's only one we could be talking about. That is the VP, the Vice President of Boston Wrestling MWF, a man with only 5 letters in his name for such a great introduction. I could only be talking about Oscar. Oscar, a pleasure to have you with us here again after WWE Monday Night Raw in KC, a hot night with fans back in the arena.
Yeah, man. It was really, really, really good to see. I mean, it really, really was. And tonight is not going to be no different. Where are they tonight anyway?
KC, Kansas City.
Kansas City. Okay. All right, KC. Yeah, I'm hoping
You rock KC before. You don't have to fool me, brother.
Yeah, Kansas City, Kansas, and Kansas City, Missouri. I didn't miss a Kansas City.
How many rats did you have in Kansas City? Howard Miller wanted to know.
Man, I don't remember any Kansas City rats.
You don't remember any Kansas City rats?
Let me tell you the most prevalent city I remember.
All right, let's hear this one now.
San Antonio never missed a beat.
San Antonio had a lot of rats for you.
San Antonio. Well, not really rats. San Antonio just had this one club where I scored every time I went.
Oh, what was the name of the club? Do you remember?
I don't even remember. I don't know. It was some little hole-in-the-wall club, and it had a lot of fine women in there, and it was like shooting fish in a barrel, to be honest.
Well, you know what? Did you have a little cowboy hat that you'd wear when you'd go to San Antonio?
Actually, I did have this cowboy outfit because my girlfriend at the time bought me this Walker Texas Ranger type coat. And
really?
I mean, yeah, it was. Oh man, that coat was so cowboy and so fly. It was suede. It came down. I had to get the boots. I had to get the hat. And the smoking guns was like, I know you're not trying to copy our gimmick, but it just looked so good.
I would love to see you in the cowboy outfit. Are there any pictures that exist of this?
Nah, I don't remember taking. Oh, you know what? There is, but I mean, I don't know what happened to it.
Maybe Mimi will come across him during the move.
Nah, those pictures. No, I don't have them.
Oh, you don't have them?
I remember the photographer at the time took a picture of me in that coat, and because that was one of the first heel turn pictures that we did. You know, they was assuming at the time that I was doing the heel turn.
Oh, that you were going to be with them. I see.
Yeah, so we took some pictures with some serious mugs, not no playful baby face smiles or nothing like that.
Oh, okay.
And
so maybe Steve Taylor has them.
I was wearing that coat.
I would have liked to have seen that picture, but anyway, I'm sure you never know where they could surface in some book or some photo gallery on WWE.com down the road. I know JTG wanted to send along his hellos. You know, yesterday we did a series of tapings. He was talking about how, you kind of inspired the Crime Time routine. Not that they borrowed too much from Men on a Mission, but he was a Brooklyn guy. He really took to Men on a Mission when he was a youngster.
Yeah, man, that's really warms my heart to hear that, and I'll pass him along, my gratitude, and tell him, get up with me anytime. Pass my number along to him.
Well,
tell him love to hear from him.
Hopefully he's going to be listening to this. We're going to see more of him on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition later this fall. Great guest. The only thing is, though, Oscar, the fans, at least our fan base here in Boston Wrestling MWF, they love the veterans of the 80s and 90s, but sometimes when it comes to the newbies, the next generation, the numbers really aren't there. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how the fans react to these episodes. I thought they were very good. And I can only say this, and any promoter that may be listening to this now and in the future, what a hell of a guy to have around. Just positive, upbeat, helpful, willing to do anything you ask, above and beyond the call of duty. Just easy to deal with. And you've been around long enough to know we've run into our series of headaches with people over the years. And to have JTG just come and hang out like we were, going to watch a game at an Applebee's for a couple of hours and talk old-time wrestling. It was fun, and I hope the fans enjoy it as much as I did. We're going to have one episode, almost a preview of it, Wednesday night at 10 o'clock after AEW Dynamite. But Mr. Casanova Race over there working on your big new album. You've got a lot of moves in your real world as you're ready to head down south. You got a lot going on here in Boston Wrestling MWF with El Presidente himself, Dr. David Reese. What's going on in the world of Oscar this week?
Well, I just got off the phone with President Reese prior to you calling.
Was he with any pieces?
He was he's in business mode right now, so
Okay.
the pieces got to go. He was talking to me about us assembling a think tank because he wants to write a book, which is long overdue. Psychiatrists of his caliber and less have written very successful self-help books and psychology books, especially right now with everybody, everybody needing some psychology help with depression with the pandemic and all that other stuff like that. So a book from him, and I told him sooner rather than later. I mean, out of tragedy comes triumph. With the tragedy going on, those that can help, this is a good time to strike while the iron is hot. So that's a really good idea, and I help him any way that I can.
So you're going to try and help Reese with this book?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to try and help Reese with the book.
Is it going to be more of a self-help guide or an autobiography, would you say?
Okay, it's not going to be an autobiography. It's going to be, he can't do an autobiography. Number one, he can't talk about the pieces.
They'd only sell that one in adult bookstores. Yeah.
He can't do an autobiography because he cannot publicly divulge the names of the people he's helped. I mean, it sucks, but that's, I guess, part of the Hippocratic Oath or part of whatever it is that doctors do. He can't release the names of clients. And I know for a fact that he has dealt with some very high-profile people,
yes,
especially the sports realms,
yes,
but he can't mention their names. He can't even tell me over the phone, I talked to Michael Jordan today. He can hint, and I can get it, but he can't mention it by name.
Exactly, yeah.
So, no book like that. He would be in real hot water if he did it.
No, I mean, he'd be betraying his entire industry if he did that.
He'd be betraying his entire industry. And he's got too much integrity. And even in retirement, he won't do that. He's an integral individual.
I don't think he'll ever retire. He enjoys what he does too much in both fields, whether it be the world of wrestling, the world of psychiatry, and now even the world of adult entertainment.
Well, he's gonna. He like all of us. He's gonna have to at some point. I mean, I'm sorry to say that. We all gonna have to step down and take a seat back. Our bodies and minds last only so long. I was in retirement mode, but I got a brand new fire under my ass, and Mimi will tell you in a minute. He got a young wife. He can't retire. He got a young wife. I got to. I got to go to San Antonio, and I got to go to Italy, and I need a new car, and I need some. I need stuff. I want to do stuff. He can't retire, so no.
Well, when you own 7 homes like David Reese, I guess you have to just worry about the upkeep.
Yeah. He's in San Diego, Boston, and he got hang a hat and set up shop wherever he go.
He's a man on a mission in a different way.
Positively, I mean, he's a guy that will not stay in one spot. I tell him all the time, set up a practice, set you up an office out there in San Diego where your home base, get up in the morning and go there. But he enjoys getting on a plane, going to Boston for 3 months. When he gets tired of looking at you and that scenery out there, then he hops up and goes to San Diego and Fresno, California, and wherever the wind take him.
Well, there's a difference between Reese's Pieces and Cena's Pieces. You know what I mean? His kind of hang in a closet. David's are, human beings.
Oh, see his pieces hanging on the closet. Okay.
They're like a hat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can imagine.
All right, Oscar, any updates on the move, or are you still in Indiana for the time being?
I'm still in Indiana for the time being, but it is progressing kind of fast. I mean, we spend hours like a job every day trying to find the right place to move into. And her and my mother-in-law, they scrambling around getting ready to pack and start sending stuff down to Atlanta to go be put in storage. So,
have you
yeah.
started packing anything yet?
I ain't packing nothing.
No, you let Mimi do it. All right.
I'm just paying the guy.
You just,
No, not Mimi. I'm just paying the guy.
Just paying the guy to do it. The hell with them. All right. Well, Oscar, interesting week in the world of professional wrestling. The rumor mill running wild. Probably the biggest story would be the talk of both, if not one, but both, CM Punk and Daniel Bryan joining All Elite Wrestling over the next month or two as they prepare to launch their second primetime show on TNT, Rampage, beginning Friday, August the 13th. Your thoughts on one or both of these men headed to work for Tony Khan?
When it comes to Daniel Bryan, I believe that's probably a foregone conclusion. I think it's definite that that's going to happen, and it's going to be good because Daniel Bryan can work with anybody, and I think he's gonna bring real flair to the promotion when he gets there. Now, boys and girls, listen up and listen carefully. This is your Uncle Oscar talking. I'm not going to get excited about CM Punk until a deal is signed and I actually see him in an AEW ring.
Now, why is that?
Because there has been a lot of smoke and mirrors when it comes down to the return of CM Punk ever since he left.
And it's been 7 years since we've seen him compete.
It's been 7 years. And I believe that, and I don't know him personally, he's one person I've never met, but I do believe he's high maintenance. I believe he's demanding, and striking a deal that CM Punk and the other side can live with is not an easy task. I'm not saying it's impossible, and the Khans got the money to do it, but it's not just about, and I know this for a fact, it's not just about money.
Right. No,
CM Punk comes with a cargo hold of luggage anywhere he go. So the question is, are you going to fill that cargo hold of luggage? Are you going to go with all his demands, or is there going to be a satisfactory deal reached in order to make that happen? I honestly don't know, and like I said, I won't believe it until it actually happens.
Well, with CM Punk, like you said, beyond the financial demands that are going to go with it, he has his sights set on, if he was going to do something in wrestling, he wanted to enjoy it. He wanted to be part of a quality product. I'll wonder this, Oscar, I'll throw this at you. On AEW's end of things, do you think that it'll be all happy trails to you, so to speak? I know when he left WWE in 2014, many of the folks in the office that I spoke to were very happy that he left. He was very difficult on their end to deal with.
That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling you. I mean, it's been 7 years, but you think he's changed? I mean, the landscape of AEW, if it does not accommodate CM Punk, he can make life very difficult for the locker room and management and everything and everything else. And you know, I mean, they have got to really have serious discussions and really reach common ground for him to get a deal there, for him to be happy, for them to be happy, and for him to get in storylines and programs that make sense. And you know, I don't know that can happen. So that being said, like I said, you know, get excited about it, but have cautious optimism that deal can be reached, and that if it is reached, that it can be a successful venture.
And again, to be fair, there are two sides to every story. A lot of people who have left WWE claiming WWE is a very difficult place to work for in this generation. So maybe CM Punk had his own reasons to be frustrated with his time there, and it was best for everybody for him not to remain with the company at that point. He's had 7 years to try his hand at the world of MMA. He's had his chance to relax and enjoy life a little bit with all the mega bucks that he earned while working for WWE. And I'll say this, I know there's a lot of fans that are going to be very excited if the man does decide to return to the annals of professional wrestling.
Definitely, but to your point, I'm biased when it comes down to people saying that the WWE is hard to work with or work for. And the reason why I say that is because of the way I came in. You know, because of the way I didn't have a professional background. I wasn't grandfathered in by a wrestling family. I was discovered by Vince. That
Right.
being said, I was trying to get pushed out by the boys. All right.
Mhm.
The boys didn't like me. The boys didn't want me there. I went through hella ribs and all that kind of stuff like that. And at the end of the day, I was still standing until I left on my own. But what I'm trying to say is that's one thing. The company itself was good to me.
Mm-hmm.
The company itself, the way I saw it, was good to everybody involved. Did everybody get what they want? Of course not. But everybody don't get what they want in life.
Absolutely not.
But I saw Vince McMahon as a very accommodating individual. He was 100% accessible at every TV taping and every pay-per-view. You know, I don't know how it is now, but you can sit down and talk with Vince. You want to change your hair color? Stop Vince in the hallway. Ask him. He'll tell you, yeah or no, it's not the right time. You want to raise? Stop Vince in the hallway. Look, I'm trying to buy a house. This, that, and the other. They had a housing program. They had a program where they would help you finance a house.
I never knew that.
Yeah, I don't know if they still got it today, but back then they had it. I got a letter saying that we'll help you finance a house. I mean, man, these people are fantastic. You know, but like I said, everything back then was easier, and from the standpoint of working for the company, Vince McMahon was very, very, very good to us. Yeah, but since then, the whole company has gone through a complete overhaul and restructuring. They have a board and stockholders and a whole different way of doing business.
Right.
So, like I said, I can't speak to how it is now.
Do you think there will be pressure on, if these deals are not concrete with AEW, so to speak, Do you think there's going to be pressure on John Laurinaitis to try and at least re-sign Daniel Bryan and keep him within the WWE universe?
I would. I mean, I definitely would. But see, the thing with that is, I'm of two minds of it, and my stronger mind says probably not. And the reason why I say probably not is because as he's an amazing talent, you got to ask yourself these days, is he necessary? You got a lot of young talent in the promotion now, and you got a lot of people coming up where they could focus their energy on, to try to work with and bring them up where they can be headliners and big ticket sellers. And then you ask yourself, has Daniel Bryan run his course? I mean, Daniel Bryan versus so and so, is that going to make? Is that going to make a WrestleMania card? Is that going to sell tickets to the SummerSlam? I mean, that's what it's all about.
I think that's actually a pretty fair assessment. I mean, Daniel, he's on the north side of 40 right now. He's actually a little older than me, believe it or not. Has he done everything there is to do in WWE? I think his return since coming back from that career, what at the time was a career-ending injury, wasn't exactly the what it could have been, I guess, so to speak. I think they could have done a lot more with him in his push coming back from that injury, but maybe they looked at him as a little on the frail side, so to speak. I know there have
his return has been lackluster at best.
All right. Well,
so
you said what I thought.
So think about that. When you think about, think about is John Laurinaitis, is he scrambling and pulling his hair out to re-sign Daniel Bryan? My guess would be, would he re-sign him under circumstances that they can that they can live with? Maybe so, probably so, yeah. But to go out of their way to do it, I don't see that. I wouldn't do it.
Do you think it'll make for odd circumstances around the Thanksgiving dinner table if John Laurinaitis is unable to re-sign his stepson-in-law, where he is the stepfather of Brie Bella, the wife of Daniel Bryan? Will that make for an awkward holiday season within the family?
Well, no, because it's going to be all right, because if he don't get re-signed there, he's definitely going to AEW, so Thanksgiving's going to be just fine because everybody's happy.
You think John Laurinaitis would be happy to see Bryan go to AEW?
I know, but still, I believe that if he has any kind of intestinal fortitude, or he's going to be happy that his stepson-in-law is in any position that's making him happy and keeping food on Brie Bella and his table.
Well, I don't think they got to worry too much about bread being on the table. They are vegan people, after all. They live a simple life. And, I think he's looking for happiness more than money. No, go ahead.
If I'm Danny Bryan and I got enough money and I could pretty much venture elsewhere, I would retire. That's what I would do.
Well, it seems like he wants to wrestle different people in different places in Japan, not only the United States. So, you know what? If he has enough to live comfortably off of and take care of his family, I say good for him to be able to call his own shots at this point.
No, he definitely can do that. I don't see why not. But AEW is just kicking ass. I mean, it's just on the rise, and their ability to just, do what other promotions can't do, just reach in their pocket and just go here and sign whoever they feel like signing, even going to the extremes of being able to poach people from WWE and other places because they got the cash to do it. And the product is really, really good. I mean, I'm Vince McMahon. I'm really screaming at the top of my lungs right now, to be honest. I'm concerned.
Well, that's what
I
I
don't know
mean.
about scared,
Do
but
you
I'm
think? Do
concerned.
you think Vince is in Johnny Laurinaitis' ear? Don't let them
Oh,
go to
every
AEW.
day,
Resign them.
every day, every day, every day, every day.
Well, that's why, I threw out there that Thanksgiving analogy. Would it be a little awkward, if Bryan is with AEW at the time and Laurinaitis is the head of talent relations for WWE? It's a bizarre scenario for
Well,
everybody involved,
yeah,
I'd
no,
say. A little
because
uncomfortable, maybe.
no, yeah, no,
No?
because people with good sense will not let their feelings or the business come to the Thanksgiving come to the Thanksgiving table.
All right. Well, maybe they'll need Davis Reese to moderate the dinner.
Yeah, nah, they ain't mad at
No?
neither
All
one.
right.
But see, here go the thing: if that feeling is really there, and if it's gonna be uncomfortable, then Laurinaitis and his wife probably won't even go. But I don't think it should get that far.
Let's hope not. Let me ask you this. If you could pick one of the two, or let's say this, if you could only pick one of the two, would you take Bryan or would you take Punk? Who would you open the bank
Oh,
for if you could only pick one?
I would take Punk
I agree with you.
uh, every day and twice on Sunday
Wow.
because he's going to be a draw. He's going to add. He's going to give that. He's going to shake that place up. Anywhere he go, he's going to shake that place up. People are dying to see him. They're going to make money hand over fist anytime they come to Chicago, especially Chicago. And I think that I think that as good as the program is now, he can't do nothing but make it better. He's
Well,
that good of a talent.
and as far as Bryan goes, a great contributor to WWE during both of his runs there, but at the same time, was he generating any kind of business for them that was knocking it out of the park on his own?
Now,
No.
I know. I
So
don't
I don't.
know.
I
No.
think if nothing else, it would be a move that would certainly help and enhance AEW. I think it helps AEW more than it hurts WWE. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. That's perfect.
And let me throw this one out at you, Oscar, as we wrap up the first segment of the show tonight. AEW, I should say, has had a lot of WWE pickups. Beyond the Punk and Bryan rumors, you've had Andrade Almas, who is very underutilized in WWE, sign with them. Aleister Black has become Malachi Black in AEW. Obviously, we've seen several of the quote-unquote legends/veterans, such as Big Show, Mark Henry, and Christian make their way to AEW. Do you think AEW is going to get the perception almost of WCW and even TNA at certain points that the company will go above and beyond to sign anyone that had that WWE label attached to them?
If they're not careful, and they don't want that, because that can only hurt. You have got to find people that's going to make their product better and be confident that they stand on their own, not just because they were a WWE talent, but because you saw their body of work in WWE and says that person is going to enhance my product.
Right. Well, I look at it like this. If you go back in wrestling history over the past, a little under 25 years, look at WCW Thunder. They launched that to great fanfare, and it wound up being a disaster. It turned into so many overexposed talents that it turned off fans to Nitro. It became kind of the B show compared to Nitro, and didn't do the numbers that Nitro did in the long run. You look even, I'll be fair, with WWE with SmackDown. I mean, at the times when SmackDown has not been a separate brand, so to speak, with a separate roster, what you have is Raw Light with pretty much the same show with just a little less star power on it. Again, exposing the same talents instead of once a week, 52 times a year, exposing them 104 times a year when healthy, twice a week. Do you think it's to AEW's benefit to try and build up a strong roster where they're not overexposing the talent on television twice a week?
I mean, leave and want more. I mean, that's been my motto for many years of my life. You know, what you gotta do is you don't overexpose people, but put them on there, let them make a great showing, and then let the people be thirsty to see them again. You know, that's how you do anything and make it a success.
Right.
If you keep feeding me and I get full, eventually I'm gonna get sick, and
Yeah.
then I'm not gonna want that no more.
Well, it's like the women out in Vegas. They get thirsty when they know David Reese is coming to town, but that's a different story
That's
for a
right.
different time.
And he don't come to town every week.
Exactly. Before we go to break, though, Oscar, let me throw one out at you. Probably the outside of Bryan and Punk, the top free agent out there. I think Lesnar, I would be shocked to see him go to AEW, but within reason, I would have to say Braun Strowman would be the top prize right now for either promotion to pick up. Could you see Braun Strowman making his way to All Elite Wrestling, or do you think that perhaps he'll may venture back to WWE at some point?
If they're smart. Well, first of all, if I'm Braun Strowman, I'm bitter right now because I don't even understand why he got released. I mean, to me, my opinion is he was one of their top guys. I mean, I don't know whether it was a money issue. I don't know if there was something behind it or whatever. But yeah, I believe AEW will be calling him. I don't have no doubt in my mind. I have no doubt in my mind he's going to end up somewhere. And if WWE and him don't make amends for whatever's going on, because I really don't know, then yep, you're going to see him on AEW TV too.
I think if he goes back to WWE, honestly, it makes WWE look kind of foolish. Why get rid of him in the first place?
That's the reason why.
Yeah.
If I'm him, I wouldn't go back under any circumstances.
Well, you know,
You
money
tell-
talks in this business, baby.
Well, see, here go the thing, though. You tell me you don't want me, then when I go back, I'm not going to go back and walk on. I'll give you an example.
All right.
I was married, and then the wife woke up and just said she wanted out this marriage. She didn't have a reason. We tried to talk it through. She didn't have a reason, and I believe she didn't even know why. Okay? Sometime later, she wanted to try again. Now, let me tell you why, as much as I would love to, or would want to, there was an emphatic no. If I cheated on you, then I know the reason why we broke up. We can work with that. If it was money, because my father would tell you that a woman can forgive you for cheating, she can forgive you for hitting her, but she can't forgive you for not having no money. They can't forgive that. That they can't forgive. So if it's money, then I could work harder and then build. But if she left and did not know the reason and I went back, I'm walking on eggshells every day, not knowing, okay, is today gonna be the day when she snap again and she went out again? Because there was no reason. You don't know why it happened, so that could happen again.
It's like me dealing with
So-
Linda Marotti.
So I'm saying that to say, if I'm Braun Strowman, I got released. I really don't want to go back to somebody that didn't want me because, okay, I passed up a deal with AEW, a lucrative deal. They seem to be interested and really want me. Why would I go back to somebody if I'm going back and I don't know if tomorrow they're going to not want me again?
Well, you make a very good point. You make a very good point. I just, Strowman's 90 days are going to be coming up sooner than later where, I don't know if Impact Wrestling would have the money to try and make a big move for someone like him. Ring of Honor never really seems to make a move of any kind in that direction, but I think he'd be a player for any promotion that would cough up the cash.
I wouldn't go to Impact at all.
Now, why is that?
They're not big enough.
You think they're too small for Braun
I
Strowman?
think they're too small. I would go, it's AEW or AEW back to WWE or bust. For somebody of Strowman's talent and his caliber impact is not big enough.
What about New Japan? They seem to keep trying to make inroads.
That's another contender. That's another contender. I will go there.
Those would be your top three.
Yep.
All right, wrestling fans, we heard from the man on a mission himself discussing free agency, the war, perhaps. Are we going to see a war with WWE and AEW? That remains to be seen. But right now, what does not even in the slightest slip by to take a brief time out, check in with some of our friends. We'll be back with Oscar and his Monday Night Mission. Stand by. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Thomas and Mack Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, Friday, July the 26th, 1991. In the opening contest, the Dragon beat Haku. Hacksaw Jim Duggan with the win over Colonel Mustafa via countout. The Bushwhackers defeated Power and Glory. In the main event, the Ultimate Warrior victorious over The Undertaker via disqualification. The Berserker beat Superfly Jimmy Snuka. Marty Jannetty and Jim Powers, who replaced Shawn Michaels, with the win over the Orient Express. And Greg the Hammer Valentine with Andre the Giant defeated Earthquake. If you were in Las Vegas live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay. At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to the post-WWE Monday Night Raw edition of Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. I am Dan Marotti, trying to hold the fort down with your host with the most, the former WWF Tag Team Championship Manager, Oscar. Oscar, always fun to be with you on Monday night. Oh, yeah? Really? Oscar, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. That was the cue to respond, brother.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
That's all right. Everybody else ignores me in life. Why not you too? Some sad news as we get closer to the Cauliflower Alley Club reunion this September in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. I know you have not one but two luxury suites reserved at the Gold Coast Casino. Did you hear about the unfortunate news about Brett Blair?
Who? Brett Blair?
Brett Blair, yes.
Bryan's son?
Yes.
What? No, what happened?
He is no longer with us.
What happened?
Well, I got a call from Marty Jannetty and the Nasty Boys yesterday as we were getting ready to tape with JTG. Bryan's son, I guess, had run into some struggles in life to try and be politically correct. Ran in maybe with the wrong crowd and the wrong situations, and he, I believe Marty said, was found in a trash bag with his arm sticking out.
Mafia style, huh?
He was murdered, yes. Some kind of a construction site, not even 30 years old, named actually after your buddy Bret Hitman Hart.
Yeah, okay.
Talk about a tough time for Bryan Blair,
That's when did all this transpire?
It must, what's today, Monday? So this must, if Marty and those guys were finding out yesterday, it must have happened on Saturday, because Marty said that the Hulkster called Knobs on the phone and told him yesterday at whatever appearance they were making in Pennsylvania together. But, Bryan Blair just lost one of his best friends, one of our friends, Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff. And he also had a major back surgery. I don't even know if he was going to be able to make the reunion this year. It was so serious. I believe it was a 9-hour back surgery. And now I don't even know if he's out of the hospital yet. But his son, Brett, unfortunately, has been murdered down in the Sunshine State.
That is so tragic. And, I love B. Bryan Blair with all my heart.
He helped you.
When I was in the toughest spot of my life, and I am so sorry to hear that. I've got to send him my deepest sympathy and condolences. And if he makes it to Cauliflower Alley, he deserves a gigantic hug, because that's just horrible to hear.
I don't know how you pull through something like that, Oscar. I'm going to be honest. They say you have to keep on moving. You have to stay strong for those that are still with you. But to lose a kid like that in that fashion, my dear God, I don't know what the next step would be if it was me.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm speechless with that one. Losing a child hollers you. I mean, I don't know how.
Especially in that fashion, murdered.
In that fashion, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I say I'll be saying a prayer for Bryan and his family, and that's all I can do. That's terrible.
Just really, again, all you can do is send some positive thoughts. If you're a spiritual person, maybe even some prayers along to the Blairs down in Tampa. Everybody's different. You don't want to insult any of the audience that may not be religious folk, but if you're a spiritual person that believes in the power of prayer, I'm sure all they could use all the positive thoughts and positive energy possible sent down to them, Yeah,
because, you had mentioned, JTG coming in yesterday, and I was wondering how his spirits was, getting through life without his ace boom coon guy, Shad Gaspard. I mean,
well,
that was
we actually
a tragedy.
We discussed that in some of the interviews that are going to be coming on Wrestling Insiders, and you know what? It isn't easy for him, but, like those that suffer from loss in life, and this would almost be a great point if we had David Reese on with us, but, I know
we are going to have him. I asked him, he said anytime. He said just let him know. Anytime, just let him know.
Well, maybe we could try and set it up for next week, but, he's dealing with it. That wasn't just a friend to him. That was a brother to him, a best friend to him. I know I asked him how, we discussed how Shad's family is doing, his young son that was with him in the water when he ultimately drowned when they were in that rip current. And his wife, they're still, they're hanging on. They're doing okay, which is good news. There's nothing. I guess the best way to put it is there isn't anything worse to report. They're hanging tough out in California, and it's just another one of those situations that you never see coming. And you can't take life for granted sometimes. Look at what happened to Shad. Look at what happened to Brett Blair. You just never know. New Jack. I mean, again, that's been a couple months now, but as JTG and I were discussing, it's amazing to me that, on a Saturday night, New Jack was in studio telling stories, and we were having a good old time, went out to have a nice dinner at Kowloon, and then that Friday night, I'm at Fenway Park enjoying a Red Sox game in person for the first time in a year and a half, and I thought my phone was broken because I could tell it wasn't ringing, but it was buzzing so much. And then to finally open it up and learn that the reason that the phone was going crazy was because it was just people letting me know that New Jack had passed so unexpectedly, just six nights.
This is the reason why. This is the reason why, and I'm going to bring it up to Reese again in the strongest terms, that there needs to be some kind of program set up where a support group is included among us guys, because I feel like we really need each other. You need an outlet to talk and air your feelings out. Me personally, right? Okay, you got Brian Blair lost his son. JTG lost Shad. I'm still dealing with the fact of Dreamy Mimi almost dying in 2014 from a brain aneurysm. Okay,
I didn't even know that.
I'm at the hospital every day for a month straight. She was in a coma.
Oh my God, what happened?
And okay. This is a story. We got married September 15th.
Almost my birthday.
The day after we got married, that morning, her aneurysm burst.
The day you get married?
The day after, the morning
after. The day after? Oh my God. That's unbelievable.
And for 1 month, we were at the hospital in Chicago, where the best neurotrauma team ever, really, in my opinion, worked on her. They were able to repair the aneurysm. But it was touch and go for a while, and I had to be. And I was in the hospital. I would not leave. I was in the hospital for 30 days straight. Would not leave her side.
Where would you sleep, Oscar? In a chair, or?
Yeah, I slept in a chair.
Oh my God. And she's A-okay now, though.
Yeah, but that's the amazing thing.
I never knew of this.
A-okay. But she has, there are some, lingering effects. That there are some lingering effects that remind you that happened. I mean, like remembering stuff sometime, and stuff like that, and it's all due to it. But my point is, just like I'm talking about it now, it's the same kind of tragedy that if I was in a support group and I'm listening to people that have lost people or people that have come close, or you still reeling from it and dealing with it, those are the kinds of things that we all go through. We all have, like I was saying on the show a couple of weeks ago, we have lost so many friends and family in this business, and it hurts us to our core, but we internalize it. We have no place to go to talk about it. You know, I mean, I said even a hotline where a few of us that would participate and, you know, somebody being able to call 24/7, we pick up the phone and they can, you know, they can air out, you know, whatever's going on with them. And you'd be surprised how much better you feel when you are able to, how much better you feel when you are just able to talk about stuff.
Right.
Because when tragedy happens and you feel alone, that don't make nothing no better. And believe you me, the way I'm feeling about it, even if I have to do it on my own, it's gonna happen.
Well, you know what? I look at it like this: if WWE, I know you've kind of, not to get too personal, but you've thrown the idea out there before. If WWE isn't interested in putting something like that together, I don't understand why a group like the Cauliflower Alley Club hasn't tried to put something like that together. They do some great work financially trying to help out the talent, but you know what? We have our annual reunion. A great amount of money is raised every year. It's not like it would be a super high-cost endeavor to put together. I know certainly isn't the time to try and burden Brian Blair with a concept such as this. But, you know, I think the Cauliflower...
I can tell you exactly how to do it. You just gave me the idea.
All right.
It is something I can bring up for a couple of minutes when I have the mic before I do my annual baloney blowout rap.
You know what? You know, that's a great idea, actually.
That way it sparks the brains of everybody sitting in the alley.
Everybody's going to hear it.
Blowout, after the blowout is over, people are going to want to talk about it. Numbers are being exchanged, and then we can rock and roll from there.
I think that's a great idea. You know what? The Cauliflower Alley Club is a great resource to many in many ways, but they don't offer anything like what you've described, what you and President Reese have worked on outside of the auspices of Boston Wrestling. But, you know, it'd be something, of course, we'd be more than happy to try and promote on these talk shows and, you know, just let the boys and, you know, the females in this industry know is an outlet that's available to them, because it's something that should be there that isn't.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you, you got the whole wrestling old school family there. The WWE got a table. And so right then and there, I'm going to present it, and then everybody going to know it. And you know what? See, this solves a whole bunch of problems. Reese has been going, I don't know if I'm going to come. I don't know if I'm in San Diego at that time. Now he got a reason to bring his ass.
Well, see, look, I'm good for something every once in a while, I guess.
That's
even if it's just an idea.
Because that is definitely going to happen.
Well, I like it. I think it's great. You know, we just need to make sure all of us are together at the same table, you know, as we try and record the happenings of the week at the great CAC reunion. And it's crazy. It's less than 2 months away now. I'm pumped. I'm excited about it. Hopefully we can get some great content.
Well, I'm gonna talk to the little short gray-haired guy.
Who the hell is that?
We always get a table. I can't think of his name. He's the funniest, one of the funniest guys I know.
Oh, I didn't know you referred to Reese as the little gray-haired guy.
No. The other guy that runs it.
Carl?
No. The other guy. The other guy that runs everything.
There's been so much turnover in the CAC. I'm not even sure who you mean.
Yeah, no, he's on my he's on my face. I'll message you with his name. He's one of my Facebook buddies. I just can't.
All right,
the name just escapes me right now. But anyway,
we've already got two tickets. We've already got two tickets, so can just combine us into it.
Yeah, I'm gonna arrange it so we're all at the same table. And yeah, we definitely that is an excellent idea. Thank you for bringing that out of me. So that's the plan.
Well, there's a lot, like I told you, you still have a lot left to contribute in this world, my friend. Even if it may not be in a WWE ring, there's still a lot of good you can do for the industry. I say the same thing about our friend Marty Jannetty. You know, once he overcomes these 2 major ankle reconstructive surgeries and he's not in extreme pain 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and he can focus on fixing the issues that he has, I think Marty Jannetty still has a lot to contribute to this industry, even if it isn't in a WWE ring.
Oh, positively. See, even when you and see that's the whole thing of it. Even when you have struggles and you overcome them, then you in the best position for the thousands of people that are having the same kind of problems you had to for you to counsel them
Yeah.
on stuff. So, you know, yeah, I mean, Marty Jannetty needs to get his act together so that he can help the next man.
Well, you know what? Just his life experience, I think, can help a lot of people. And, you know, I still believe in Marty. We had that horrendous night back in June. We had a difficult one in February, but I still consider the man a friend. We speak just about every day, whether it be text or email or, social media or on Facebook. The conversations are positive. For some reason, a lot of fans thought that Marty was gone, and those words never came out of my mouth. It's just, it has to be the right situation for everybody involved for it to continue, and I believe we can get there.
No, I mean, no, we positively get there. It's just about making a game plan, but following up on the game plan we make. I mean, Mimi is so mad at me and Dr. Reese right now because she said we make 1,000 plans and we never follow through. And she's like, "I'm just through with y'all. I'm just through with y'all. Y'all just spend money and go here and go there and for nothing."
Well, now you got a game plan at least for this year's Cauliflower Alley Club reunion, even if you surprise them with it.
Yes, now I have a game plan.
All right.
And so, yeah.
Just another
Good
reason,
idea.
another reason to look forward to attending the big reunion. We are running out of time this week on this week's episode. Oscar, was there anything you wanted to talk about, bring up, that we haven't had a chance to touch upon as of yet?
Yeah, the one thing we was talking about the Demon's return last week.
Yes. Oh, Finn Balor. Okay.
Finn Balor. I thought I told you to take it slow and build on your return. But did you listen? No. You get right up there without doing nothing, and now you getting a title match against Roman Reigns.
Where do you think the title match will take place? On SmackDown?
I'm praying that it does not take place at SummerSlam. That would be a huge mistake. SummerSlam needs to be John Cena and Roman Reigns if you want anybody to turn the TV on to watch it. Now, Finn Balor, he needs to fight Roman Reigns, win on Friday, okay, and be done with it.
Would you like to see perhaps on SmackDown a number one contenders match between John Cena and Finn Balor?
That would be nice, but on SmackDown.
Right.
Now, you know what? I don't even care if Finn Balor gets into a three-way dance at SummerSlam.
Yeah, Roman just had a three-way at WrestleMania. I'd rather see them shy away from that.
Okay, well,
you know what? To be fair, I like you said, I think they're jumping the gun. I would say Finn is one of the B pay-per-view opponents for Roman. For one of maybe the September or October pay-per-views headed into Survivor Series. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even waste that as just a TV match. I'd save that for pay-per-view. I just wouldn't do it at SummerSlam.
And speaking of that,
oh, wait, I'm losing you, buddy.
Yeah,
there you are.
Can you hear me now? Speaking of that, I wanted to burn my television.
Why?
When Nikki Cross went in, cashed in the Money in the Bank, and now she's champion.
Ugh. Oh, they need to throw that one in the recycling bin. Dear
Yeah,
God, that was terrible.
I wanted to throw my TV out the window. So what the hell are you doing?
I'm not a fan of Nikki Cross in this incarnation. I enjoyed her more as the Tasmanian Devil style. Nikki Cross, I guess maybe is the best way to put it. When she got in there and would get all riled up and fury, almost kind of like Kevin Sullivan, I guess, was the style she had. But her is this nonsense, comical, almost superhero. I have zero interest in it. If I never see it again, it would not hurt my feelings. I don't know about you, but the less Nikki Cross, superhero, almost a superhero, whatever she is, the better for me. I don't think that's something that's going to make any demographic want to watch more WWE on television. I don't know what you think about that aspect of it.
No, it's not. I mean, they need to turn that title over as soon as humanly possible. Next match she has.
Really? That soon?
Yes, please.
You wouldn't even wait for SummerSlam?
No, please
Wow.
don't.
All right. Well, Oscar is very serious in his...
SummerSlam is better served with a match between somebody serious and Charlotte Flair or just about any damn body else, really.
Maybe the Man.
That would be great.
You'd rather see the Man than the almost superhero.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, but she's a big draw. Fans like her, so yeah, bring her back. Becky, please. Yeah,
well,
nice.
It seems like she's waiting in the wings to return. Again, I am
but not Nikki Cross and the Man. Don't do that.
You wouldn't have the Man win it from Nikki Cross.
No. I mean, no. Not at SummerSlam. No, do not put Nikki Cross. Make Nikki Cross buy a ticket to SummerSlam just like I gotta get one.
You don't even want to see Nikki at the biggest party of the summer in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Please don't make that mistake.
All right. Well, I tend to agree with you. I disdain it, but again, they didn't call and ask for my opinion. Oscar,
no, they didn't call and ask for mine. So they do what you would.
Maybe they should. Maybe they should. I don't know. Oscar. It was a wild week in the world of wrestling. The rumor mill's gone wild. Big things happening here, there, and everywhere. We are running out of time on this episode as we inch closer to you and I reuniting out in Sin City in Las Vegas for the CAC. But fans, don't forget, 7 nights a week after Raw, after NXT, after Dynamite, after Impact, after SmackDown, we have brand new episodes of Wrestling Insiders coming your way. New Jack, the final interviews, is right now available at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. They're going to be available worldwide in the near future. We have more great exclusive interviews coming your way, but we need you to join the old Patreon family so we can keep the lights on. We want to do this 7 days a week with not just one, not just two. How about 3 or 4 superstars tonight? My dear God, I don't know how much voice I'm going to have left if this is ever successful, but that is the goal, my man.
Well, I think it's a lofty goal. I think you're gonna reach it. It's gonna be we got a pretty good amount of summer left. I'm just hoping they get a handle on the pandemic. And before I go,
yes,
get your asses vaccinated. I mean, people that are not getting vaccinated is turning this thing around. And we going back to where we started, all because of y'all want to be ignorant.
What would you say? Like, I don't know if you remember the man. He was pet by Gary Michael Capetta, but Cecil the Lion down here at the TV studio, he refuses to be vaccinated. What would you say to Cecil?
Cecil, get your ass down there and get that damn shot. It ain't hurt nobody yet.
Well, he avoided a shot from Gary, but that's a different story for a different time, I guess.
And so now they got enough people that have not gotten vaccinated that, respectable populace is starting to get back sick again.
It's
we were headed in the right direction, but see these viruses, they ruthless. They split into variants and different. They go in different directions, and different strains and people that are not vaccinated, they're getting it quick. I can't get into it, but y'all want to put masks back on, and y'all want everything to close. You're alcoholics. The bars are going to be closed. The liquor store closing at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Y'all keep playing with this.
Yeah, it's not a joke. It's not a joke. I think those people, if for whatever reason they want to hold on to their liberties and they don't want to be vaccinated, I say don't leave the house. That's my personal opinion. If they are that against it, don't leave the house. Don't put other people at risk for your own personal desire. Again, that's just my own personal opinion. I don't want to be attacked by Cecil the Lion and some of the anti-vaxxers out there, but I think it's time people come to terms with the reality of it. It's something that needs to be done.
Well, I guess like my mama say, people are grown. They do what they want to do.
No? All right, then. Well, we're running out of time here, Oscar. It has been a pleasure to have you with us. I look forward to joining you again next Monday night after WWE Raw, 11 p.m. Who would have thunk it? You are becoming a late-night treat for wrestling fans around the corner, around the world. For my Monday night partner in crime, Oscar, I am Dan Marotti. We will see you next week on Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. Until then, you and yours be well. Good night from Boston. Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
Wrestlemania Weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Primetime, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition. Between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting, we can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2. Don't forget that Oscar's Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission is back with new episodes every week in its traditional time slot of Monday night at 11 p.m. after WWE Raw. As we continue with Wrestling Insider's Week in Review, don't forget all-inclusive VIP packages and event tickets to our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest go on sale to all fans this coming Friday, August the 6th. If you're part of the Boston Wrestling Patreon family, they're available via special link as we speak at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Don't forget, fans, that you can help keep our wrestling talk shows on the air by using the Super Chat button. It's open for business, and baby, we need all the help we can get. As I've noted, April and May were rough months. June was so-so, and unfortunately, July isn't looking so great. We can end the month on the upswing, though, with your help. Like any fine, upstanding human being, tip the bartender for hours of great entertainment tonight. It's truly appreciated, along with your viewership and being a friend of the show. Every dollar helps as we prepare to return to Tampa for Wrestle House 2 to find you a brand new co-host for Tuesday night, since Tony Atlas chose to take the money and run. Speaking of old Tony, coming up next is another classic Wrestling Insiders at your house, as we have a fun episode with Tony shooting on the Nature Boy, Ric Flair, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, Ring Rats, the Briscoe Brothers, and more. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA Tony Atlas.
Memories and Legends, Tony. We're on night 3 of our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks 12 Days of Christmas, but because it's a WWE pay-per-view weekend, the TLC event is in San Jose, California tonight.
Oh, my goodness.
That means the fans aren't just going to get a snippet like some of the other 12 days we have, but the full-length episode, the season finale of Memories and Legends, at least in 2018. We're going to talk about a man that's been heavily requested by the fans, a man you have known pretty well over the years, from what I know, one of the greatest world champions of this generation, the Nature Boy Ric Flair.
You know, I saw Ric Flair not too long ago, and he don't like for people to talk about him. I don't know if you know that.
Really?
He brags on himself, but when you brag on him, he don't like it.
Really?
That shocked me. I saw Ric Flair when Ric Flair was in his prime.
Yeah.
To me, he was the greatest, most entertaining wrestler I have ever met.
Why is that?
He could wrestle any style. He could wrestle with Andre the Giant one day, Harley Race the next, wrestle me the next day, wrestle another wrestler the next day, and he adjust to each wrestler. There's nobody that career had been as long as Ric Flair on top. I mean, he's phenomenal. I mean, but I was lucky enough to meet Ric Flair when he first started his career back in the 70s.
We're in the mid-70s,
And I saw him sell out every building down south. North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Japan, you name it, he sold it out.
Did you meet Rick for the first time before or after the plane crash he was in?
I knew Rick when Rick was a power lifter from Minnesota, and Johnny Valentine, Greg Valentine's father, was the king at that time, and they needed somebody to replace Johnny Valentine after the plane accident. So Ric Flair took that spot. The other guy that moved up the ladder during that period of time was a guy called Ole Anderson. There were Gene and Lars Anderson. There was no Orrin Anderson there. There were Gene and Lars Anderson were the first two Anderson brothers, and then Ole came along. But Ric Flair, no matter where he went, it was pandemonium. There was nobody that drew as much money. He filled up every arena he ever been in. I would say Ric Flair was the greatest of all time during my generation. I would say from 1970 up until his retirement, you know, phenomenal. Look at him when he was in his 60s, out there wrestling with young wrestlers, and they would go back and complain to Vince, say Flair chops too hard. Even
you like
now,
that?
Yeah, Flair, he was in his 60s. He was able to keep up with some of your best wrestling stars in the world. You know, Vince put him in the ring, and he held his own with everybody. I saw the retirement match. Who was that with?
Shawn Michaels.
That's amazing.
That was a great match.
That was amazing. He was old enough to be Shawn Michaels' grandfather, and was able to go toe to toe, and he put Michael through it.
He did.
Mean, when Shawn came out that ring, I don't think one of the younger wrestlers could have went out there and done what Flair did. That is amazing. A senior citizen was out there wrestling one of the top, most talented wrestlers in the WWE at that particular time. Shawn Michaels was one of the best. But Flair could hold his own against one of the best even today. He was an amazing, amazing individual. I got a lot of respect for that man.
Was there a worry when the plane crash happened that Flair might never come back? I mean, he missed about a year of...
It wasn't just Flair in the plane crash.
Right.
There was one of the Crockett's who was the promoter. There was my first tag team partner. My very first tag team partner name was Bob Breggers. He used to play pro football and then turn wrestler. He never made it. He never came back.
Really?
And Johnny Valentine, who was the top man at that particular time, in the Mid-Atlantic, he was the top man. He became paralyzed from the hips down. Flair broke his back.
Right.
And came back after a broken back and became one of the greatest stars this business ever seen. I don't care where you go in this world. You ask people, you know Ric Flair? Yes, I know Ric Flair. I go to California, you know Ric, I know Ric Flair. You go to Florida, I know Ric Flair. You go to Texas, I know Ric Flair. Go to Minneapolis, I know Ric Flair. Go to Japan, I know Ric Flair. You go to Canada, I know Ric Flair. Go to Mexico, I know Ric Flair. There's nowhere in this world that people don't know Ric Flair. That's how great he was. And he was around during a time where they didn't have the cable, they didn't have the internet, they didn't have the social media.
Right.
And he became popular without social media.
Right.
And one thing social media did was just kept what he did alive. You know, it gave the fans a chance to. But I wish that they would do an episode on all of Ric Flair matches. You would be totally. Ric Flair wrestled every night, 7 days a week for 1 hour. 7 days a week. In my day, we wrestled 355 days a year. We took 10 days off from the 15th of December to December the 25th was the only time a wrestler was off. We wrestled 7 days a week, and Ric Flair went when they had to wrestle every night and sometimes twice on Sunday and Saturday.
Right.
They had a double shot.
9 shots a week.
That's right. Flair wrestled. I don't know any wrestler today could do that. And that's today's time. Where Vince was a little bit more lenient on the wrestler, Vince Jr., where the wrestler only worked 4 days a week. You know, they do 3 house shows and 1 TV.
Right.
And that's what they do now. But in Ric Flair days, when Ric Flair was the man, he wrestled 7 days a week. And drove. He didn't fly everywhere.
Right, yeah.
Then you drove 300 miles this way, 200 miles this way, 500 miles this way, party every night, work out every morning, and wrestle every night. He was like a machine. He was like a machine. There would never be another Ric Flair.
Would you have considered?
The closest thing to Ric Flair, I would say, was Buddy Rogers back in his day. Buddy Rogers.
Both
Buddy
Nature
Rogers,
Boys.
Where Flair was better than Buddy Rogers.
You think so?
Each generation improved the next. Like Buddy Rogers was better than Gorgie George. Gorgie George was the first one of that type. And each generation going on is a little bit better. Stu Hart was a great wrestler, but Bret Hart was 3 times as good as Stu was.
Wow.
You know, and you take like Bob Orton, he was a good wrestler, but Bob Orton Jr. was a better wrestler, and Randy is better than his father and his grandfather.
Yeah,
so
that's really
each
valid,
generation it's better than the last one.
What was a young Ric Flair like? Fans have certainly seen him evolve over the years.
Ric Flair
He broke in the AWA with the Gagnes before he came south.
Ric Flair would get a tailor-made suit made up on Monday and rip it off of him on Wednesday. Ric Flair would walk into a bar, drink all night. Then when he leave, he would tell the bartender, put all the drinks on me. He would pay for every drink in there. Ric Flair would get up at 6 in the morning, be in the gym at 7, leave the gym at 9, go home, eat, shower, hop in his car, drive to wherever he got to drive, wrestle for 1 hour, and go and party until 2 o'clock in the morning.
You think there was a lot of wasteful spending from the Nature Boy?
He became the Nature Boy. You see the difference between the olden days and today. Now, I can't talk much on today.
Right.
But we forgot who we were. We became that character where it was no longer an act. Ric Flair, when you meet him, he's not acting. He been playing that character for so long, it became him. I remember when I did Legend House, a guy, I did a 400-pound bench press for him, and they say, at your age, Tony, why you lift so heavy? I said, I'm Tony Atlas.
You still live in the
Sometimes
gimmick.
when I sign legal document, instead of putting down Anthony White, which is my legal name, I would write Tony Atlas. Sometimes I forget that I'm not Tony Atlas. Well, I've been that character for so long that you actually become that person.
Right.
You know, you take like Nick Foley, you meet him in person, he would try to go back to being Nick Foley, but every now and then you're going to talk to see Cactus Jack. You know, and I know you take a guy like being Ric Flair that been 40-some years playing a character, it's very hard for him to go back to Richard Faraday, whatever his name is. So he can never be who he was born to be. He's going to be the Nature Boy. He became the Nature Boy, and that's what he is. He's the Nature Boy on television, he's a Nature Boy in the bars, he's a Nature Boy wherever you see him. At home, he's a Nature Boy. He's a Nature Boy with his kids. He cannot go back. It's a point of no return.
Did you ever travel with Rick in the territorial days?
Well, no, because Rick was considered in my day as what they call the bad guy. And I was always considered as what they call the good guy. So the good guys and the bad guys, they didn't socialize at all. I mean, we kept our distance from each other. In a way, it was a good way to protect the business, but also a good way of protecting you, because what I learned, if you get too close to a wrestler, then you're not going to try to do your best when you wrestle against them, because you're going to be a little bit lenient towards it. Yeah, you'll be a little bit lenient towards it. You will allow him to get away with stuff that you would not necessarily allow someone else to do, and you're not going to try to be an aggressor against a friend as a stranger. So it was kind of good that we didn't know each other. That will cause the tension that you would see in these old matches, because we really didn't know enough. That one thing I said in Legend House, and all Hacksaw said it, Ronnie Piper, God bless his soul, said the same thing. This was the first time that wrestlers was able to get to know each other on a personal basis. Because a guy be at home and he's Anthony White at home. Then as soon as he walk out that door, he become Tony Atlas or Ric Flair or Bob Orton Jr. As soon as he walk out the door. So I remember Vice TV did a thing, and it ain't came out yet. I'll be glad when it does, about the death and murder of Bruiser Brody. And his wife said on the tape, she said that she been talking to Frank Goodish and was sitting in the car going to the airport with her. But she said she would notice him as soon as he stepped out of the car. He would pull that ponytail back, his walk would change, his whole demeanor say he became Bruiser Brody.
He lived the gimmick.
It didn't have to live it, it just clicked in. She said, as soon as he got out the car, she said she saw a person she didn't know. My wife told me one time, she said, leave Tony Atlas in the ring and in the gym. Don't bring him home. I didn't marry Tony Atlas. But my wife could tell when that switch happens, when I'm really myself and when I become Tony Atlas.
Was that switch difficult for Ric Flair?
Flair never switched it off.
That's what I mean. So it must
Yeah, he could never be what he was before he became a wrestler. He's that character forever. And for some, in wrestling, it's a great thing. In acting, it's not a great thing. I remember watching an interview of a guy that used to play on the Beverly Hillbillies, Jethro. And Jethro told me he could not play in any other movie because every time somebody saw him, they saw Jethro or the Beverly Hillbillies. So his career never could move beyond that because he got stuck with that character, and that was it. He just couldn't move beyond that character. He was so well known. And the same thing happened to me with Saba Simba.
Yeah.
I talked to Sergeant Slaughter, who at that time was in the office, and I never knew the reason for my release with Saba Simba, because I didn't miss no shows, I didn't cause any problem, but they got rid of the gimmick. And I asked Slaughter what was the reason for it, and this I found out 3 weeks ago. So what I'm telling y'all now, I didn't know until 3 weeks ago. He said, Tony, you was too well known as Tony Atlas. He said, otherwise it would have worked. It worked for The Undertaker. We debuted, if you look it up, the same night.
Right.
We debuted the same night. The reason that Undertaker was able to develop, he was not that well known. When he did the gobbledygook, as soon as he took that chicken head off, everybody knew that was Guerrero. He was well known as Guerrero. So like Abdullah the Butcher, like Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan, once he got established as Hulk Hogan, he could never be anything else but Hulk Hogan. When you see him, that's Hulk Hogan. John Wayne, once he got established as a cowboy and a Green Beret or a soldier, if he didn't play a cowboy or a Green Beret, no matter what role you put him in, you saw John Wayne the cowboy. He was not that. Same thing with Clint Eastwood. He can't make any movies where he played anything other than a tough guy. Dirty Harry, Fistful of Dollar, The Good, Bad, and Ugly. Even when he's not playing the Montreux, he still have to be Montreux. I just saw one where he made with this Oriental kid, where he took him under his wing and everything. He was down on cancer, but still, he got his gun. He went to scare the other kids from messing with him. So that was his character as an American tough guy. Arnold Schwarzenegger, he tried to make comedies. Didn't work.
Didn't work.
When you ask Arnold Schwarzenegger right now, who is Arnold, they would say, the Terminator. Once he played the Terminator, nothing else worked. He was the Terminator forever.
Did you see a change in Ric from when you knew him as Ric Flair working down in Mid-Atlantic to when he transitioned into becoming the NWA World Champion.
To be honest with you, Flair was like that. That character was always there. He was always wild and crazy, even back before he became. That was the main reason why they put him there. They said we got to get this personality on TV.
Right.
But he could not override Johnny Valentine at the time. Johnny Valentine was a very serious, hard-hitting wrestler. The first time Johnny Valentine hit me, I wet myself.
Really?
That's how hard he would hit you. You be black and blue when Johnny Valentine got through with you. I mean, he laid in every punch, every hit. Johnny Valentine wanted to make it as real as possible. Yeah, Johnny Valentine, one of the roughest guys you all want to get in the ring with. Him and Larry the Axe Hennig, that's Kurt Hennig.
We know Larry well here in Boston
Yeah,
Wrestling.
buddy. I mean, he was another monster that would beat you halfway to death. Now his grandson is out there wrestling, which God bless him, you know. And I'm glad that Vince is using second and third generation.
It's a great thing.
See, people say this and they say that about Vince, but Vince have did a lot to keep wrestling in the mainstream. I don't know where wrestling would have been if it wasn't for McMahon. I mean, people got their gripe where he did this and that. Well, that was business. But when you look at where wrestling at, where the wrestling is the biggest indoor drawing sport in the world, I've seen wrestlers sell out stadiums. And the stadium is full. But then the pay-per-view he got. And he got this going on and that going on. They have never, you know, you go to a football game, the Super Bowl may be sold out. But they do that once a year.
Right.
Vince go in that same stadium and sell it out.
Right.
And turn away people. He could fill up that stadium with wrestling, and wrestling had never been that predictable. I remember back with World Class. More than Von Erich, you used to run the stadium. But when you look at the old pictures, they was always half full.
It was a good crowd for them,
not,
but it wasn't
not
sold
like,
out.
Not
No,
even
not
close.
even close.
Not even close. I remember we did
Shea Stadium?
Shea Stadium. We did 600,000 some people. They did a bit article, you know, but it was not totally sold out.
Wasn't totally full.
It was totally full. Vince go right back every last minute and the place is packed. And you have to turn away people. So it's amazing what he did. He marketed wrestling into where kids get tours. I mean, it was no marketing value to wrestling at first. And wrestlers had became, for the first time, not just wrestlers, celebrities.
And you like that?
I like that. I mean, I was last week, I was sitting right beside Ice-T. Here's an actor, a rapper, he's a celebrity, but I'm sitting right beside him there.
Wow.
You know, I'm sitting next to a lot of celebrities, that, you know, actors and other football players. Mike Tyson saw me run up and start giving me a hug. Mike Tyson, you know, former world champion. But Snoop Dogg, when he got inducted in the Hall of Fame, he mentioned my name. He said, I grew up watching Tony Atlas. Snoop Dogg, of all people.
Must have made you feel good.
Yeah, that when these guys talk, they always bring up the guy that played with The Rock there. He's from Boston here. Woodsboro.
Mark Wahlberg?
Mark Wahlberg. I saw an article where he mentioned my name.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he mentioned my name. Oh. So you take a lot of these actors and singers and people you see now on television.
And they admire you.
They all grew up watching wrestling.
That's funny.
Because wrestling right now is one of the most entertaining sports in the world. Now I'm a football fan myself. I mean, I love my New England Patriots. You know, I'm a football fan. But sometimes I'll be talking about football and to my buddy, hey, Tony, what about Brock Lesnar? I said, well, Tom Brady. Oh, yeah, yeah, Tom Brady, he's good. Hey, tell me what Brock Lesnar going to do with The Rock. You know, wrestling is in, thanks to the McMahon. They put it on on a corporate.
There you go, corporate. Is
they
certainly
made it
the way to put it. Let me ask you this, Tony. Back to the Nature Boy Ric Flair. ESPN, I don't know if you had a chance to see it, did a tremendous 30 for 30 documentary on him that Rick participated in.
No, I didn't see that.
You should check it out if you have like on demand on your cable system. Or maybe I can get you a disc of it. But he said for the majority of his career he was a functioning alcoholic. Do you think that's an accurate statement from your observations?
Yes, because my first week I didn't drink. All the guys said, Tony got to be one of the boys. You got to fit in. So I said, okay, I'll go with your guy. It's all right. We used to go to old 7-Eleven. They were the only convenience store. Then there was no other convenience store. It was just 7-Eleven. That was the first convenience store. We go in the convenience store. Now, this was every night because they didn't have fast food like they did now. We get a 6-pack of beer, a pound of sharp cheese, a pound of bologna, and white Wonder Bread.
White Wonder Bread.
But yeah, that's what it was.
No wheat.
There was no wheat around too much back then. You know, everybody would know there was that white Wonder Bread. You know what?
Nothing gluten free.
No, there was none of that gluten-free stuff in them days. And what the guy would do, the guy in the back, he would slice off a chunk of bologna, slice off a chunk of cheese, slap it on that piece of bread, and hand it to you, and hand you a beer. We used to call that the bologna blowout.
It's a tradition at the Cauliflower Alley Club.
That was the tradition. So every wrestler got used to drinking beer. And so what ended up happening, they got to the point that after 20 years of beer drinking and clubbing, you know, they used to party every night. They go do their match. The match was over at 10. By 10:30 or 11, they're sitting in the bar. 2 o'clock, the bar closed. Now, sometimes if you didn't stay over, you had to drive back. And most times you had a 4-hour drive back. You leave at 10, you get in at 2. So that's when you would have your bologna blowout. And that's what the guys used to do. That's how so many guys got involved with the alcohol back in them days. But it was a tradition.
Right, no, absolutely.
Got to have a nice cold beer after every match. Got to have a nice cold beer. And guys, you know, if you didn't do a 6-pack.
And we know what your favorite was.
Yep.
Old Milwaukee.
Old Milwaukee best. Old Milwaukee best, yes.
Rick also claimed in this documentary that in his life he's probably slept with 10,000 women. Do you think that's an accurate statement? That's a lot of women.
No, because I probably had too. It was so easy,
You
brother.
had 10?
It was so easy.
But you've pretty much been with one for 30 years.
Yep, but in my career, it was just that easy. You got no idea.
How many would you have a night to rank up to 10,000?
Most of the time, you had 2 or 3 women a night.
Each night?
Yeah, man.
Really?
It was not
so you'd
hard
be looking
to
at
do.
1,000 a year.
Yeah, oh, it was easy. It was so easy. You'll be surprised. It was so easy back in them days. You see, what happened is different between them days and them days. Just like when we came to Boston.
Right.
There was one hotel we all stayed at every time we came to Boston. It was the Bradford.
Yep.
Right by Chinatown. I don't know if it's still there or not.
No.
It was a real old hotel.
Yep.
And we used to walk from there to Chinatown. Well, after the show in the garden, all the ladies knew where we was at. So they all was in the bar at night.
The Rats.
I ain't calling them rats.
Why would you call them rats?
They was ladies.
Arena ladies?
Well, yeah, they was infatuated with us wrestlers, and we call them rats because they was infatuated and they let us have the way, which was wrong for us to do.
You think these rats deserved more respect?
Yes. We got to stop disrespecting women because they show us love. You know, just because she fell for your crap, don't mean she's a rat. She fell for your crap.
They were giving you, in essence, a very kind gift.
Well, yeah, but we fed them bull crap to get them to go to bed with us. Told them that we love them. We told them everything. There's thousands of women out there that never went to a wrestling match. They probably went through the same thing. They meet some smooth-talking guy that would tell her anything that she wanted to hear for that moment so he could get laid. You know, we knew what to do, and we used our celebrity status to influence this woman to play our game. I have even seen wrestlers that would be with a girl that night and then would pass her off to another wrestler. Then
I remember that happening over at the Howard Johnson's in Revere.
Exactly. That's where we went after the Bradford. First, we went to the Howard Johnson.
The Hojo's in Revere.
Out in Revere. But that's how it was for years, because when a young girl meet a celebrity for the first time in life, somebody she been watching on TV, of course they're young and they're impressionate. So we took advantage of that.
Yeah.
You know, some people want to be known. You know, they just want that little recognition in their life. And we knew that. In other words, we took advantage of them, and then we call them names afterward. Shame on us.
You didn't refer to them as rats, too?
No, I never did.
No. Well, that's probably for the best.
Never did, because you know, the woman came over, she gave me a good time, you know, showed me a good time.
Why demeanor?
Why demeanor?
Let me ask you this, Tony. Rick is known for a saying that I don't know how it could not thrive here at this studio. No hair, no flair. Are you familiar with that?
No.
You're not familiar with that?
No.
Well, if you were apparently clean-shaven down south, the Nature Boy didn't like that.
Really?
He would enjoy coming to the studio to see one of our friends, Fluffy, because she has plenty of the hair, so to speak. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
no.
yeah, he liked that wall-to-wall action, I guess.
Oh my goodness, I didn't know that.
Were you a wall-to-wall guy?
Well, me and Flair, we didn't party together except for in the bar. I would see him in the bar, but once he went up to his room, I didn't go up. We didn't party in that perspective.
You didn't share groupies.
Well, I wouldn't call them groupies. They have certain women that was affiliated with certain men.
Regulars.
There was regulars, you know, and every time they came to town, they would see this particular wrestler, you know. In fact, the wrestler had a phone number, and they would call the girl up. They would say, hey, can you get me some cold cuts and some beer and get me a room there? The girl would go and pay for the room, go out and buy the food, buy the beer. The wrestler come walking in and go walk straight to the room.
So there was more than sex with these rats.
Well, they went all out for wrestling.
Yeah.
They
legitimately cared. They wanted more than just the sex.
Well,
they wanted the time.
They wanted the time,
Right.
but they also wanted to try to have a relationship with this person.
But sadly, they didn't realize
They
for the
didn't
most part
realize
it was
they
for
was
one
being,
night.
They were being used.
Or even for an hour in some cases.
They was being used.
Right.
They didn't
a lot
know
of the
they
rats
being
were
used.
used. I
And it
think.
happened not just in wrestling. I'm sure it happened in all type of
Sport, music.
A business.
Yeah.
You know, a guy a girl would go be with the boss because the boss, you know, is high and mighty. Well, you look at it in everyday life. I would see a lot of these old guys, and I always say, would that woman be with that guy if that guy was not in the position he in?
I don't know.
You see it all the time. I mean, when you watch TV, some old guy would come out 70-some years old and show you his 30-year-old wife. You think that 30-year-old would go with this 70-year-old man? you know, you know, if he worked at your local bakery?
I don't
know.
know.
No, and you do know.
It's a very, very
a lot of
valid
guys,
point.
I had when I was in my heyday, hand me that picture there, son. I'll show you
This
something
one
there.
right here.
Yeah, that one right there. Flip that camera back over here, young.
Come on, Cecil the Lion, please.
When I was this young man right here,
You had your rats.
right, I had so many women chasing me that I actually thought I was cute. That's how many women were chasing me. I thought I was cute. And then when I quit wrestling, when I was no longer involved in the wrestling world, I found out I wasn't that damn cute.
Well, that's
Because
not
the
what
women,
Monico would say.
The women stopped. That's why me and my wife was able to make it, because my career as a wrestler was pretty much over. So I had only one woman that was really interested in just me.
Now, who was that?
Monica.
Okay.
Monica,
Am I
the only-
saying it right? Monica or Monica?
Monica.
I'm hoping at some point she's going to make
It's
me one
not
of those.
Monica. Monica.
Monica.
Monica.
Monica.
There you go. She's
like
German.
Moan.
Yeah,
Monica.
Monica. Yeah. She's German. But she was the only woman that I met outside my mother and my grandmother that cared about me as a person. Not as a celebrity, not as a wrestler, not as a bodybuilder, not as a weightlifter, but me just for being me. I told one guy one time, they said, Tony, yeah, you know, this girl chased you because of your body. I said, I had this body before I got into wrestling. I ain't had no women. Anybody want to date me? I always had the body, but I didn't get the women until I got the fame.
The celebrity
And
status.
I'm not trying to put women down in no means, but we, a celebrity, we got away, maybe not so much today because the women today are much smarter and more educated, and they're more aware of things than what they were, let's say, in the 70s, for example. I mean, in the 70s, you had, what, 5 TV stations?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you was on one of them stations,
That was a big deal.
you was a big deal in the 70s, brother, because they didn't have all them stations. Now to be on TV is common. They didn't have reality show. They didn't have 150 stations. So you only had 3 or 5 stations to be a part of. So if you was a part of them 5 stations,
That was a big deal.
That was a very big deal. And that's why when you watch Elvis Presley, when he was singing, where the women's falling out fainting, the Beatles, where they saw women falling out fainting. Now the guys go, you don't see that no more. You don't see women fighting to get to this guy no more. Because this woman knows she could be on TV too.
Well, Tony, I do know we always get the requests. One of our friends down in Connecticut certainly wanted to do an entire episode on some of the different territories in their rats. Maybe we'll look at that somewhere down the road. But as far as Ric Flair himself, you work the man in the territories, you work the man as a champion.
Yep.
Where would you rank him as far as your opponents go? Top 5, top 10, top 3?
Oh, no, not that low. Yeah. I always put Harley Race number 1.
The king.
I always put Harley number 1 at people to work with me.
Right.
To work me. Flair, I would say Flair, the top 3, man, with so many. See, it's hard to do that.
Top 5.
That's still hard.
You can't even put him in the top 5.
Well, no, he's up there, but it's hard to do simply for this reason. I work with Dory Funk Jr.
Yeah.
Not Terry Funk, Dory. And amazing. Dory Dixon, amazing. Ric Flair, amazing.
You keep talking about this Dory Dixon. I have no idea who you're talking about.
Oh, my God. If you never seen him wrestle, brother, imagine Rey Mysterio.
Yeah.
With more moves.
I'm going to have to research Dory
More
Dixon.
moves.
Really?
More moves.
Better worker.
Better worker. Dory Dixon, what's his name? He was just outstanding. I have worked with so many. It's hard to do number 1, number 2, number 3, number 5. It's so very hard to do. If a person want to be honest. Ric Flair, I would say, was ranked right around the top. Flair, Harley Race. If you ever worked with Dory Funk, he was fantastic. Nick Bockwinkel, phenomenal.
So I've heard.
Phenomenal wrestler.
Very smooth.
Very smooth. Smooth as silk. So they just have this wrestling business has been so blessed. We have some of the most talented people walking the face of the earth.
Right.
It's the same thing with somebody else who was the strongest wrestler I've ever met. That's another hard thing to do. Kim Patero could put 500 pounds over his head, but he couldn't bench press it. But he could put it over his head. You know, you take Albert Puskett could squat 1,000 pounds. You know, so it's hard to really judge any wrestler. Categorize guys at 1 or 2 or whatever, because each wrestler was phenomenal in their own way. Yeah.
Are there any matches that stick out to you? Main events that you had with Flair in certain places?
No, but I tell you, I remember the matches between Ric Flair. Now, Flair said Ricky Steamboat was his best opponent. My opinion, it was Wahoo McDaniels.
Now, why is that, Tony? Take us back, brother.
They beat each other into oblivion. Wahoo was half crazy. I mean, when you see Wahoo and Flair work, not once did you thought that was a work. I mean, them guys, with Wahoo would chop you, brother, and blood would shoot from your chest. Flair and Wahoo built the NWA. They built that. When Ricky Steamboat went in, everything was already rolling.
I got you.
See what I'm saying? Yeah. Wahoo is the one that made Ric Flair.
He built the foundation to the house.
He built the foundation for the house that Ric Flair, Lex Luger, Sting, Ron Summers, and everybody else profit off of. Him and Johnny Valentine. Wahoo and Johnny Valentine and Ric Flair built the NWA and WCW. And Ole and Gene Anderson. That was the bread pin of it all.
Yes.
See.
Any stories of Rick?
And like Hulk Hogan built the WWE.
Right.
I mean, we were doing okay. We were drawing houses, but nothing like Hogan.
Right.
And then Cold Stone, Randy Savage, and all these guys, Lex Luger, John Cena, everybody that enjoying the fruits now. That table was built. That foundation, the root of that was Hulk Hogan. No matter what nobody said. I was there when it happened.
You were there.
I saw it happen. It took off like a freaking $1 million. Then when they started flying him around, they couldn't put him on the regular flight.
It would be too distracting.
He couldn't get to the gate.
Everybody wanted a piece of him.
He could not make. I saw him one day at the airport. The last time at the airport, I was sitting there. He went to the counter. He couldn't get his ticket. We had to go get his ticket for him. He couldn't get his ticket. The people, they
mobbed him?
there was at least 100 people on him. I mean, everybody in the freaking airport was around Hogan. He was standing there like, guys, help me. He was begging for help. He couldn't even make it to the counter to get his ticket.
Wow.
Then when it came time for the gate, guys wanted to fight me because I'm trying to get Hogan through the crowd to get to his gate.
That was the life.
The plane wouldn't even take off.
The pilot wanted to meet him?
The pilot was back there. We were talking, man, when we going to take off? He was the steward that everybody was around Hogan. Finally, Vince took him off of public plane.
And went private?
It had to.
Yeah.
He would never made a show.
The best for everybody.
He would never made a show. When he walked through I mean, he just stopped. I mean, I saw the whole airport just freaking stop.
All right, let me ask you this, Tony, before I hear the music starting to play as we wrap up this segment. How do you think Ric Flair will be remembered by wrestling fans and
one of the greatest of all times. Maybe not the greatest, but at least one of the greatest of all time. There will never be a more dedicated person than Ric Flair. See, Flair made all of his fame. Hogan made his fame from movies. The Rock made his fame from movies. Flair made his fame from wrestling.
He did.
I would say, for me, if I had a chance to wrestle somebody, it'd be Harley Race. But I would say that Ric Flair was a much better drawer, a bigger drawer, a more entertainer, and more dedicated to the sport.
All right.
Because he became that. You know, he lives today. You meet Ric Flair today, same Ric Flair I met back in 1973.
I think Space Mountain has slowed down a little.
What?
Space Mountain.
Who, Flair?
Yeah.
You put him in that ring, he don't.
All right, well.
He may slow down outside, but it's something about that ring.
Lights him up.
There's something about that ring. You put him in that ring, all of a sudden, woo!
Just like you.
It's on.
All right, Tony.
It's on.
We're going to take a brief timeout. We come back. We're going to continue the Hall of Fame name game with more luminaries from your great career. Fans, stand by.
Jingle bell.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at Stroudsburg High School in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, Wednesday, July the 27th, 1983. In the opening contest, S.D. Jones beat Bob Bradley. The Invaders with the win over Don Kernodle and Jack Carson. Sergeant Slaughter defeated Salvatore Bellomo. Polish Power Ivan Putski victorious over Mr. Fuji via disqualification. And in the main event, Rocky Johnson beat WWF Intercontinental Champion Don Morocco via disqualification. If you are in Strasbourg Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to the December WWE TLC Weekend Edition of Memories and Legends. I'm Dan Marani, joined by my buddy,
Mr. USA, Tony Atlas.
We discussed Nature Boy Ric Flair. We discussed some vaginal hair and all kinds of sorts of great things about Nate. Fans had asked, though, Tony, we like to take the fans' opinions from Twitter. Your memories of certainly a great tag team, and in one case, one of the great champions of the era, the Briscoes.
Yeah, you know, Jack and Jerry Briscoe, most people don't know they were Native Americans.
Yes.
Yep, they was Native. Also, they was what we call a shooter, which means they was not only great pro wrestler, they both were very, very good at amateur wrestling. You know, they had a great amateur career long before they have a pro career. And I traveled a lot with the Briscoe, and I always thought that they was a very, very, very good tag team. Even as a singer, they held their own, but they were mainly known for their tag team action. They worked together, and it looked like you was wrestling one person because they just knew what the other one was going to do before the other one even did it.
Very fluid.
Very fluid. They was a very, very outstanding team. Unfortunately, I didn't get to spend as much time with them as I would like to. I think me and Jerry, we talked more when he became an agent than what he was when he was a wrestler. Because the way wrestlers did, like the Briscoe mainly was out of Florida most of the time. So they spent most of their days like Dusty Rhodes did in the Florida area and around Texas.
Yeah.
Whereas if you was in Minneapolis, you may saw him maybe a couple of times. If you was in Mid-Atlantic, you saw him a couple of times. You was in at that time WWF or AWA with Vern Gagne. You would see them a couple times, but you really didn't get to really, people that only really know the Briscoes are people that work Florida or Texas on a full scale.
How is Jack Briscoe as a world champion? Was he before you broke in? Is the world champion?
No, he won the belt during the time that I was in, but
did you ever work with him when he was the world champion?
Yeah, I worked with him in Texas when he was a world champion, but
and what was he like to work with as a single?
He was an excellent worker. I mean, in the ring, you know, he both of the Briscoe was really, really fantastic wrestlers. That's why I say it's very hard to set a name with this wrestler better than this wrestler, this wrestler better than this wrestler. The good thing about wrestling, you have your variety. Someone may love the way superstar Billy Graham wrestled. Another person would look at superstar Billy Graham and say, I don't like his style. I like Harley Race. Another person would look at Harley Race and say, oh, I don't like his style. I like the way Ric Flair does it. And that was the most amazing thing about pro wrestling because there's always something there for everybody.
Right.
So it's very hard to put one tag team or one person over top of another, because in wrestling, one man dream, another man nightmare.
Right.
Because wrestling got a little bit of something for everybody. Even if you're watching now, you know, everybody got their, like you said, who's your favorite wrestler? See?
Such variety, great
They-
variety.
They always had that variety, so that's why it's hard to really place. So what we judge wrestlers on is how many butts you can put in a seat. So promoters always had a lot of talent in wrestling, always been a lot of talent. But what make you a champion is the fact that you could put butts in the seats. There's guys that could wrestle circus around Hulk Hogan, but they couldn't draw
Flies.
Couldn't draw flies with a handful of honey.
Right.
You know, but he could draw. Dusty Rhodes, he couldn't do what Rey Mysterio do. He couldn't do drop kicks, head scissors, jump off the top rope like Jimmy Snuka. He couldn't do none of them moves. If I could, we were very limited in his wrestling moves. But when you put Dusty Rhodes on the billboard, the place sold out. So,
do you remember a little bit of the controversy the Briscoes faced when they sold their stocks of Georgia to Vince McMahon? And Vince was able to capitalize on that and go on to the TBS network, replacing the longtime Georgia Championship Wrestling show. I think it was back in 1984.
Right. Well, see, a lot of guys say that they shouldn't have done it, but they were very smart businessmen too. And they saw
had
the right,
families.
Yeah, well, they saw the writing on the wall, because we had Mario Savoti, his father Angelo Savoti, and he refused to sell. And he was a promoter of New England.
Right.
He did.
Well, there's two different territories.
Yeah, but he was the promoter for New England, and Gorilla Monsoon, Arnold Skolin, all the guys, they sold out to Vince and took the deal. Savoti didn't.
He made a mistake.
He made a big
Huge mistake.
Huge mistake, because he was left out in the cold. There's an old saying, you can't fight City Hall. When corporate come in to run over you, unless you got the money and the ability to keep up with it, you're not going to do it. So if the Briscoe have not done it, then Vince would have took it anyway. So you might as well get paid. You're going to lose it anyway. They would not be able to keep it because Vince had all the talent.
Right.
Vince could pay the wrestlers 3 times what the Briscoe could pay them.
Right.
So they would have hung in there probably about a year or so, and then Vince would have ended up, and they would have ended up with nothing.
The Briscoes didn't last very long in WWF as a tag team. Jack kind of went home when he got tired of the travel, and Jerry went on to have a decades-long run with WWF.
Well,
so it was certainly a great move for him.
Jack was not the healthiest man in the world.
Oh, really? Okay.
So illness started to set in that caused him to come off the road. It wasn't because he really wanted to. Plus, they had their own business going.
Right. Yep. The Briscoe brothers.
So he dropped out of wrestling to run his business, because his health was. He felt that his health was not all there. And then I saw him in the last years of his life. It had really took a toll. I think he had cancer, if I'm not mistaken.
That's too bad.
But his health started. Health. Most time when a wrestler quit and go on to something else, his health started to fail him. You can stay in wrestling as long as you stay healthy.
Healthy, right.
And unfortunately, some of us guys, hopefully, knock on wood, that I've been lucky. But I remember Jimmy Snuka in 1990 was the best developed wrestler in the WWF. That was WWF at that time, 1990.
90, right.
And he was phenomenal looking. I saw him in 2000, and it was like a total different.
Right.
But he got stomach cancer.
Yeah.
So the cancer, he got ill. If he had not got ill, then he would have still been that
big like you.
Yeah, I've been lucky that I have not had any illness or any sickness that would cause me to. When I see Harley Race in a wheelchair, it's sad, but his health gave away on him. And when I saw King Kong Bundy at the big event, he had to have 2 guys to help him stand up. I see Abner the Butcher walking with a walker. That was the most feared man in wrestling. Now he's with a walker.
Yeah.
You see? So your health is very, important. You know, well, you take like Tom Brady, 41 years old.
Still ticking.
And he's still kicking. But if Tom Brady should get hurt at 41,
stick a fork in him.
There ain't no coming back.
Right.
You don't heal that well at 41 like
Right.
you did when you were 21.
21, right.
So it would be a year before he's able to walk back on that field, and he probably would never be the same. He's going to be a little gun shy if he ever got hurt out there. Hopefully he don't get hurt this year, because I'd like to see him in the Super Bowl.
There you go. Let me ask you this, Tony. You mentioned the Savoldis. Do you think Ole Anderson kind of put himself in the position of Angelo Savoldi when the Georgia shares got sold, and he was just kind of really left with nothing?
They kicked him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't volunteer. The WCW was his idea. It was his idea. Ole was one of the most smartest men in this business I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. But they took Ole's idea, developed it, and then they got rid of the developer. They kicked him to the curb. They did the same thing with George Scott. The people that built the territory were the people that they got rid of, which is weird to me.
That's wrestling, as they say, right? Where would you like to see the Briscoes remembered as decades go on down the road? For the fans that may watch this video 40 years from now, what would you tell them to maybe introduce them or educate them about the Briscoes in a few sentences?
The Briscoe was part of the foundation of what we see now. All the guys like the Briscoe, the Anderson brothers, the Valiant brothers, you know, the list go on and on of great wrestlers that have built, have sacrificed they really all their youth. I mean, like Randy Savage, he got into wrestling, he was 16 years old, all the way up until his death, you know. He put everything he had into wrestling. Ronnie Piper, he put, ever since a youth, put everything he had into wrestling. These guys gave their life to the entertainment of wrestling. And they should be remembered as well, to be honest with you, McMahon put it best. Without the older wrestlers, there'd be nobody now. He holds all of us to the utmost respect. McMahon does. People don't know that. But he looked at all of us as being the foundation. I remember the last time I was there, I went to do an interview and I messed it up. And Vince got up out of the control room, walked all the way back to the dressing room and said, Tony, hold your head up. You're just as much a part of this than anybody here.
That must have made you feel pretty good.
Like $1 million. He said, you're just as much a part of this than anybody here, no matter if you're here or not. Because you was one of the people that helped build this. Even with all my screw up, I was still part of the development of what people get to enjoy now.
Wow. All right, wrestling fans, the Briscoes, they go down as wrestling legends, certainly, Hall of Famers.
Yes.
Jerry Briscoe and I tweet sometimes about the Tampa Rays and the Boston Red Sox. We like to talk a little baseball sometimes. But fans, we're going to be back after this brief timeout. We have one more chapter of the Hall of Fame name game, but as we've been doing so far into the 3 nights of Christmas, what do we got, Tony?
Tell your fans the next time they talk to Jerry Briscoe, say Tony out there, say, how's the Cavs?
How's the Cavs?
See, we had a joke going. Every time I wrestled here, I would get out there, he would tell me to flex.
Yeah.
So I get out there and flex my bicep, flex my chest, everything. And Jerry used to walk in the middle of the ring and flex his calf in front of me, because I never had calves.
Right.
So he used to always tease me about it. He
had the bigger calves.
He had these huge calves, you know, and he used to always flex his calves in front of me, and I used to, I used to do that all the time. I wanted some high boots one time and tried to get him to wear these high boots to come up to your knees, just so you can stop showing them calves. So if you mention calves to him, he's going to laugh. That was one of his biggest gifts. If he saw me right now, he would come in, he'd pull his pants leg up and try to flex his calf.
All right.
He would do it right now today.
Maybe we'll see it sometime. All right.
Yeah.
Wrestling fans, again, we're going to say salute to Paul Bear. We'll take a sip of the cup. We're going to take a look at holiday headlocks, and we'll be back with more. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but
Our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, welcome back to the December Memories and Legends. I'm Dan Marati, joined by this guy over
Mr.
here.
USA, Tony Atlas, the Beast of the East. I forgot the rest.
The Chris Kringle of the Millennium Wrestling Federation.
Chris Kringle, that's me.
The Holiday Headlocks Drive continues. Tony, we talked about Nature
Santa
Boy,
with a tan.
Ric Flair, the Briscoe brothers. One more NWA legend, certainly, former NWA World Champion. Had one of the great matches in WWF history at WrestleMania 3. A man that donated kindly to the 2018 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Drive. We're talking about Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
Phenomenal. There's nothing else to say about Ricky Steamboat except for phenomenal. He was in Georgia Championship Wrestling first. And he was tag team with a guy called Dean Ho. Now, Dean Ho was one of the strongest men I ever met. Dean Ho would take a horseshoe, straighten it out, and bend it back. He was phenomenal. Didn't lift weights or nothing, just naturally strong. And that was Ricky Steamboat first tag team partner in Georgia.
Paul.
Right. And then what ended up happening, Jim Barnett allowed Ricky Steamboat to go to Mid-Atlantic. And I remember Barnett come back in the dressing room, oh my God, that Ricky Steamboat, he's down there selling out everything. People love him. They're going crazy for him. And we had him, and we lost him, and we let him go. I'm going to be sick. And when you talk to Ric Flair, I said, Flair, who was your best opponent? And right, without any hesitation, he would say, Ricky Steamboat. Ricky Steamboat is a gentleman.
He is. Very classy.
Never had any problem out of him. He always been nice. He always had been, gave me a lot of good advice. He always had helped me out in any way he can. He always been a dear friend. I saw Rick at not too long ago. He was at the big event in Queens, and we sat and we chit-chat for a while. We always so good to see each other. Now, if any of y'all would meet Steamboat, we got a little joke going too.
Oh, really?
Yep, all the rest of we all got a little Tony Atlas joke going. One day, George Scott told me I'm going to wrestle George Two-Ton Harris. And he said, the show before in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, I started to get over with the people. The people started liking me. So he put me in George Two-Ton Harris in Winston-Salem. He said, now, Tony, you coming back next week with the USA champion, Blackjack Mulligan. He said, I want you to go out there tonight and I want you to shine. I said, you want me to shine? He said, I want you to shine tonight because we bring it back next week against Blackjack Mulligan. So I go out in the ring, and Bunk Harry was a veteran. So every time I started to do something, he said, not yet, kid. Not yet, kid. Not yet, kid. So I let Bunk Harry throw me around, beat up on me and everything like that. Finally, it was time to go home. He threw me into the rope. I leapfrogged him, turned around, 2 drop kicks, and back then, my finish was a sleeper, and I put him in a sleeper. I come back, George Scott said, what happened? In 15 minutes, he kicked the crap out of you for 11 minutes. He said, I told you to shine. Why didn't you shine? I said, but George, I usually have a bottle of baby oil. Ricky Steamboat hit the floor. Steamboat hit the floor. And every time I see the Steamboat, you mentioned that to Ricky Steamboat, he would bust out laughing right away. He could not believe, I didn't know what shine means. So when George said he want me to shine, I went back and dumped baby all over me. I said, I'm going to be shining tonight. George's going to like this. I'm shining tonight. I just put baby oil on me. That's what I thought shine means. Shine is a term they use for make it, look good out there.
Right,
take care of yourself, look good out there. I thought he wanted me to shine. So I dumped baby oil all over me. I was greasy,
Well, I bet Jim Barnett liked that.
I probably did. Yeah. But I remember Ricky Steamboat, and even now, Ricky tell people that all the time.
Oh, really?
He said, that Tony was shining. I said, George, I usually have a bottle of baby oil. How much more shining you want me to do?
Now, I don't know if I read this in a book or heard a secondhand story, but did you and Ricky socialize a bit back in the day?
Yeah, we traveled together.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, me, Tommy Rich, we were the young bloods back in them days. It was Tommy Wildfire Rich, Tito Santana, and Ricky Steamboat, and Bob Orton. Bob Orton was probably about 180 pounds. I met his skinny as a whale.
Wow.
So all of us, we was all like the young bloods, like back in the 70s and stuff. Don Canuta. And we all hung out together, traveled together, drank beer together, fought together, had sex, not with each other, but
with rats.
Not with ladies.
Ladies.
With women, not with rats. No, sense. I don't like that. But yeah, but we started our career off because I met, we all, believe it or not, most of all the guys that was in the WWF in the 80s, they all came from either AWA, either came from Minnesota, Minneapolis, or they came from the South.
Right.
All the top stars that Vince Jr. used, like Ronnie Piper, that came from the South, and Minneapolis. He started in Minneapolis. You take most of all the guys, Chris Benoit and all them guys, Tito Santana, they all came up from the South. And most of the northern wrestlers, the majority of them, believe it or not, were from Canada. In fact, I would say about 60% of the wrestlers in the 70s were Canadians.
Really? Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah, because Stu Hart trained them. He had Stampede Wrestling.
Right.
So a lot of them came from Stampede Wrestling, Klondike Bill, all the guys I talked about, George and Sandy Scott. They were from Canada.
The Scott brothers.
The Scott brothers. They was all Canadian. The Hart Foundation was Canadian. And even here in recent, you take like Edge, from Canada.
Yeah.
The kid that just left there that used to had a coat that light up, Chris Jericho.
Yeah.
Jericho is a Canadian. And if I'm not mistaken, is Brock Canadian?
I think he lives in Canada now. He was from, I think, North Dakota, Minnesota.
He
went to school in Minnesota.
Yeah, and even a lot of guys, they was Canadian born.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Tony, let me ask you this. Was there a competitive flair at all between you and Ricky Steamboat, where you both not only were professional wrestlers, but were involved in the bodybuilding world?
Well, yeah, Ric Flair, I competed in the Mr. Southern Hemisphere, and Ric Flair and Jimmy Snuka competed in the Mr. North Carolina competition. And I saw a tape of that. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's still on the internet, but somebody showed it to me on the internet back in the 90s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was of a tape of me posing on stage, and Steamboat was on the tape, and Jimmy Snuka was on the tape. Jimmy Snuka got second place, and Ric Flair won the Mr. North Carolina, and I won the Mr.
Flair
Southern
won?
Hemisphere. Yeah, huh?
Flair won?
No,
Steamboat, you mean?
Steamboat.
Okay.
Steamboat won the contest. Jimmy Snuka got second place in the Mr. North Carolina, and I won the Mr. Southern Hemisphere that night.
Wow.
I couldn't compete in the Mr. North Carolina because I already won it.
Oh, okay. I got you.
And then Kevin Sullivan took and won the Mr. Tennessee bodybuilding championship. Yeah, Kevin Sullivan. Yeah.
He had a tremendous bodybuilder physique before.
Now I got to brag on this.
Let me hear you, brother.
I'm the one
Put yourself over.
I'm the one that got Rick the Steamboat involved in bodybuilding.
How was that?
Well, he just started training with me back in Charlotte, and you would see a tape of where Ric Flair scraped Rick the Steamboat face on the concrete, and they bet. And I'd do a 500-pound bench press. Yep.
Really?
Yep. And then they had a posing thing with me and Ken Patero.
Kenny Patero.
Where I bend the steel bar around my neck, blew up a hot water baller. And Steamboat spotted me when I did the bench press.
Yeah.
And then after I did the bench press, Ric Flair attacked Steamboat and scraped his face up real bad.
Oh.
Yep. So I'm the one that got Rick Steamboat never in a bodybuilding contest in his life. Jimmy Snooker had because he was Mr. Hawaiian.
Yeah.
So he had competed. I got Frank Marty, who was another great bodybuilder. He was not a top star. He was a undercard guy, but he had a great physique. I got Kevin Sullivan lifting weights. Kevin never lifted weights day in life. Started training with me and won Mr. Tennessee.
Yeah.
Wow. He was a state champion. Steamboat was a state champion. Kevin Sullivan was a state champion.
But you were the most successful. You were Mr. USA.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Did you have a chance to work with Ricky in the ring? You
Only
both were baby faces.
Only tag team.
As partners or against each other?
Only as partner. I never wrestled him as an opponent because we was always called, like you said, baby
faces.
He was always a baby. I was a baby. But I have seen matches on TV from Mid Atlantic where me and Steamboat, we teamed up a lot in the late 70s.
He was very smooth.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
One of the best you ever had a chance to work with?
Yes.
As far as you look back at some of the legends.
Now, my best tag team partner of all time was Tommy Wildfire Rich.
Tommy Rich.
Tommy Rich. He's the most underrated wrestler that this world ever seen. He was just as big as Flair at one time.
Really?
He was bigger than Flair at one time.
Well, I think maybe we'll have to dive into the career of Tommy Rich in one of these episodes.
He was bigger than Ric Flair at one time.
I actually heard a very interesting story about you and Tommy Rich. Maybe we'll have to have an episode and discuss that. I think that'd be pretty good.
He was one of the most underrated wrestlers. See, the thing about Tommy, the reason people don't know him, he never went with WWF.
Right.
You know, he stayed down there. He had loyalty to WCW.
Yeah.
You know, and he never left the South.
Well, and there was some rumors that the reason he got the world championship was because Jim Barnett gave him a little wildfire.
No, he got.
That was a rumor.
No, he got the championship because what happened was Bill Watts, Harley Race and Spoda came in, and he got a call from Japan, so Harley canceled. So what Bill Watts did, he was a booker at the time, he going to have a trophy called Champions of Champions. And he had all the people to write in. See, TBS was the first cable network. So it went into 48 different states. They got all the letters back who should be the next world champion. The guy that got #1 spot was Tommy Rich. The guy that got the #2 spot was Mr. Wrestling #2. They gave the trophy to Mr. Wrestling #2.
Why?
Why, I don't know. But then later, they put the belt back on. They gave the belt title to Tommy because Tommy was selling out everything. And all the letters came in and said they wanted Tommy Rich to be world champion.
All right, well, I think in 2019 we're going to have to do an episode on
And then they took the belt
Tommy.
off him in a short while because they figured they'd draw more money with him chasing the belt than to have it.
That makes a lot of sense.
But when they done that, they killed the territory.
Right. All right, well, like
people
I said,
didn't want to see who they put the belt on. They wanted Tommy.
They wanted Tommy. In a final thought, Tony, memories of Ricky Steamboat, how would you like to see him remembered in the years and decades as they go on in our great industry?
A great father, a great husband, a great friend, and one of the greatest wrestlers that the wrestling world have ever seen, and a great bodybuilder, a great humanitarian, and a great American.
And Ricky, we certainly thank you for donating to our Holiday Headlocks toy drive. He sent some pictures along, which was really nice of him. Good man.
He got a Hall of Gold.
All right, well,
Gentleman. Perfect gentleman.
The Hall of Famer, Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marotti. The countdown is on, fans. We're on night 3 of 12 days of Christmas with me and Tony, having a lot of fun. He's showing off his Santa muscles. You know what someone said to me about this? When they saw me in my Grinch sweater? They said it's the only time of the year it's not Halloween for you. Can you believe that?
Well, everybody entitled to their own opinion.
That's right. All right, for Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marotti. Again, we're going to take a sip. For old Paul Bear, we'll see you tomorrow on the 12 days of Christmas. Good night.
Woo! Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
Wrestlemania Weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Primetime, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition. Between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting, we can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2. Continue to enjoy classic wrestling insiders at your house with Tony Atlas every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. following WWE NXT as we continue the manhunt to bring you a new co-host on Tuesday nights. I expect some very interesting news on Tuesdays over the next several weeks. As noted, the Indiegogo campaign for Wrestle House in Tampa next month is open for business, where you can help create our next Tuesday night tradition. It's fan interaction, fan ownership at its finest. Again, I keep telling you, we can't do it without you, and that is not a rumor, that is a fact. Along with giving tonight's supersized Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review a thumbs up, subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's absolutely free with access to over 2,000 videos. It's the best way to show YouTube you guys are interacting and enjoying what we do. Leave your thoughts in the Premier Chat and in the comment section below. As always, the Super Chat button is open for business. It's that gray $ symbol. Just like the service you get from a waiter or a bartender, recognize this great entertainment. Every dollar raised helps us keep the lights on and bring you more great talent to share their stories with you. Coming up, it's our Wednesday night Wrestling Insider Special Edition with the in-studio debut of JTG from Crime Time, bringing some youth to MWF studios, so to speak. We've had Jay with us in New Jersey and Tampa on WrestleMania 35 and WrestleMania 37 Sundays, but this is his first time here in Melrose. Fun episode as we talk current events in wrestling, including CM Punk and Daniel Bryan potentially headed to AEW, Andrade in AEW, Roman Reigns and Bobby Lashley as WWE champions representing their brands, the Hurt Business disbanding, Goldberg, and tons more. Wrestling fans around the corner, welcome to another Wrestling Insider Special Edition, your Wednesday night rotating guests. You never know who, what, when you are going to expect. Very happy to be joined by this man, JTG. We had a lot of fun a couple of years back in New Jersey when we had Chad with us.
Had a blast.
We had some fun this WrestleMania week in Florida.
More of a blast.
But it is not a Sunday. It is not a WrestleMania week.
No, it's not.
And we're not in New Jersey or Florida. Nope. We have finally made it here
to our humble abode here at MWF Studios.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
You looked disgusted when you walked in, but that's
Oh,
all
no,
right.
I had a big smile on my face. You sure about that?
All right,
I mean, it is early in the morning. It could have been.
My glasses with the vision. I mean, you could have given me the finger and I couldn't tell.
You couldn't tell.
JTG, I think he wanted to register the name QVC because he's literally turned into a home shopping channel with all of the different
Whatever you
goods.
want, I got it.
Some of the fans, they love the Kofi commercial. Some of the fans
Thank you.
hate the Kofi commercial.
You hate it.
Some of the other ones we tried to air, and then the studio almost castrated me when they realized there was copyrighted music, but we can dance around that in the future. But I mean, you've even got some goods on the table.
Oh yeah, I got right now I'm wearing that, I had to bring it here with me, some strawberry lemonade beard butter. Right now I'm walking around Massachusetts smelling sexy as hell, smelling like strawberry lemonade. And I got some
like strawberry lemonade.
The ladies love strawberry lemonade.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what it is about
I gotta get
I don't know if it's the strawberry or the lemonade,
What's the spray
but
stuff?
this is the Bay body spray.
The
so
Bay?
you don't want to just have your beard smelling good. You have to have the whole body. You know, so it's beard
So
and body.
Would over the clothes
Just
or under the
spritz
clothes?
over and under.
All right, let's see. I know my good friend June McCowan that flirts with me during the live premiere chats is going to be all excited.
Oh, you get a whiff of that.
All right, well, we won't let Adam see it, though. Adam is one of the new members of the Boston Wrestling crew. He probably has no idea what he's gotten himself into, but that's just part of the fun. We've got Jackie, the joke man, in the back, and Howard. They like to tag team the femme fatales. They need some of that if they can grow beards.
Okay, yeah.
So they need to grow
Well,
the
this will
beards.
help you grow a beard. You know,
Well,
it's not just for maintenance of beard. It'll help you grow a beard.
I did break them a little on you before we began the show, but I have been promised this love package now going back to April of 2019.
I got you. I know I've been
You got
slacking. I've been slacking. I'll take
Now,
that.
I know we had
I'm going to take
coronavirus.
accountability for that.
I have zero doubt that you actually packed the box. It's just a matter of getting you to the post office. Is that it?
Something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. I'm telling you this, folks. If you missed the episodes we already have online with Jay, I thought they were great. You know, I like most of our episodes that we do. We have such a unique variety of guests, especially on Wednesday night where we don't have a permanent host. Maybe we can filter Jay into that slot that acclaimed...
Work me in, Dan. Work me in.
Acclaimed Hall of Fame thief, Mr. USA Tony Atlas, has retreated to Maine. He bought his $200 Chromebook, and he thinks he's going to recreate the magic of this studio at home in Lewiston, Auburn, wherever the hell it is that he lives. He did one live episode on Facebook that was viewed by 30 people, and I don't know whether to be angry or just sometimes feel bad or a little bit of both when it comes to old Tony.
Oh, Tony.
Old Tony. We had, as millions of fans that watched the episodes knew, we had a lot of fun in the studio.
Ooh, that's a lot.
If you saw coronavirus benefited us a little bit in the beginning, then I don't know what happened last summer.
Okay.
The numbers across the social media channels, whether it be the Twitter, the YouTube views, the subscribers, it exploded to the point where it was nice. Oh, okay, well, you know, you get a little check. Oh, you know, that could be a car payment every month, too.
Okay.
Shit. It could be rent.
Well, thanks for having me. Hopefully I could do the same for
Well,
you.
you know
We'll
what?
see what Jay the God brings.
Again, we're looking for a Tuesday. This is almost turning into one of those reality shows. We're looking for a new Tuesday night host to replace Tony. We've had some fun replaying some of the classics that our newer fans may have missed. Have you ever seen the Tony Atlas foot video?
I've seen a few.
A few?
I've seen a few. Oh, you only seen one?
Well, I have like a very lengthy montage where there's,
Okay, I think I saw the
walking,
montage.
there's kicking, there's
stomping,
licking.
Yeah.
It was almost
and,
like...
and it's the sound effects that really get me. The sound effects.
A little kind of a manly voice doing the stomping.
From Tony? Oh, from
No.
From the Stomper.
Yeah, and I know who the Stomper is, so I can verify it's a woman, but it sounds
like a dude.
Kind of manly. And then one of them, it's almost like KFC. Instead of finger licking good, it's boot licking good. Is he kind of...
Everybody has their own thing. Everybody has their own fetish.
He's not bothering anybody, I guess.
No harm, no foul.
Well, no, Tony fouled us in many ways. He would have got thrown out of the game. He would have hit the 5 fouls if it was an NBA game.
Oh,
but
man.
Tony, sometimes I miss you. I don't know.
We love you, Tony.
I don't. Well, he does. We were looking forward to seeing him November the 13th, but
he's not going to be there November 13th.
Well, he took the deposit, but he's kind of vanished into thin air since.
Ah.
So we don't know if he's busy on some of his acclaimed artwork. I don't know what he might be doing. He won't.
Well, I hope to see Tony. I have a shirt that I want him to sign, so I'm going to bring it.
What shirt do you want it to sign?
Just him flexing. Tony
You
Atlas.
have, now, where did you get a Tony Atlas T-shirt?
I know people that know people. It might not be the official, but I just had to
now
make
we
sure.
talking about one at the shopping mall that was just kind of one of those iron-ons.
Yeah, kind of. It kind of looked like Tony. It kind of looked like Tony.
Were you a Tony fan when you were a youngster? Yeah.
Absolutely.
He was kind of jobbing out by the time you and I started watching.
Well, I had to go off of what my mom, because my mom had a lot of magazines of Tony Atlas, and then I saw some footage, and I'm like, oh, Ken, a brother, okay, and he's jacked to the gills, so yeah. Definitely was a Tony fan.
He was, if there was a Goldberg of his generation, it was him. I mean, he broke in so young. He got such a great monster push down in the Mid-Atlantic and the Carolinas. Then in Atlanta, he got a great push, and, all over the place until he finally made it to WWF so long ago. And, for 5 years, he was pretty much untouchable. But again, the night he was poor SD Jones, I don't know, you remember SD?
No.
The undercard guy?
No, tell me the story with that.
Well, they were going to get the tag team title belts in the early 80s. In the night they were supposed to get the tag team titles, Tony no-showed the event at the Spectrum to fly to your native Los Angeles to get walked on. A woman was trying to entice, instead of phone sex, they were talking a little shoe sex over the phone.
And he flew out to L.A.
He flew from Newark to L.A. to get walked on and vanished for 8 months.
Huh.
So SD Jones for the next, say, 83, he left in 90. So for 7 years, he became a prelim guy. And Tony had his ins and outs and ins and outs and ins and outs.
It was that one flight to LA that changed the course of his life. Wow.
And it proved him to Vince McMahon to be unworthy.
Did Vince know it was for a shoe fetish?
I don't think, quote unquote, Vince McMahon Jr., that everybody knows as Vince McMahon now, was fully aware of it. I think the father did, because he had to Western Union Tony money a couple of times to try and get him out of some hot spots. But just what a waste. You know what I mean?
I hope it was worth it.
One time, the Vince McMahon that everybody knows and loves pulled Tony aside at Madison Square Garden when Hogan was doing the posing in the ring.
Yeah.
And he goes, when you see that, you should know that could have,
been you,
should have, and would have been you.
Yeah, Tony. He told me that too. He told me that.
Ouch.
Yeah. I was very fortunate.
Ouch.
I was very fortunate to ride with Tony and Mark Henry on the road a few times, and I heard stories, got a bunch of advice. It was an amazing time riding with Tony and Mark, especially with them two going back and forth with each other.
Arguing.
Tony running red lights. Mark would look over him. That light was redder than him. I got you, Mark. Don't worry, I'll take care.
Tony is not the world's greatest driver. Tony is not the world's greatest driver. But you know what? All I can say is, Tony, the olive branch, it continues to be extended. All we want is, the work to be done.
We still love you, Tony. I love you, Tony.
He loves you. Depends on the day of the week. But we want to get caught up with some current events with you. We have the historical JTG episodes. We know you're going to be joining us this fall. We have some things in the works. The legal department is trying to figure that out here at this humble studio that we really can't get into right now. But the wrestling landscape right now, it is kind of an interesting place.
I think business is picking up.
Now, why do you think it's picking up?
Business is picking up. There's rumors. There's rumors that CM Punk is coming back. Getting signed to AEW. We don't know how true that is. There's also rumors of Daniel Bryan signing to AEW. That's also exciting. And when I heard about the news of them two coming back to the wrestling world, I was thinking, the first thing that crossed my mind was those two are like at the top of their game. They could bring a whole new viewership back to wrestling, and also they could do what the NWO did to WCW. They could do it they do it for AEW.
You think Daniel Bryan has the coolness factor of the NWO going for him?
It'll be a modern day.
Yes.
I think CM Punk could help out Daniel Bryan. We need one more person to make for that trio.
Well, if Samoa Joe didn't go back to WWE, wouldn't that have been an interesting trio?
That would have been great. That'd have been a cool trio. Yeah. Maybe Braun. Braun is a free agent, but I don't know if he has the cool. He has that, like you said, the cool factor, the chemistry with CM Punk and Daniel Bryan.
I think the problem with Braun Strowman is you bring him into a promotion like that, And how small is he going to make some of the regular talent that's there look?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
gotcha.
a large
human being. Yeah.
If he makes me look small, how is he going to make Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks look, who I know I'm much bigger than?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He might just have to be a special attraction like Andre.
Well, you know what? There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah.
Moderation to me has always been the key of wrestling, and I think part of the reason why, not to knock the poor man, but why Big Show never got over to that level. You know, when he was on TV 52 times a year, selling for everybody, doing jobs on a regular basis. I mean, if Andre the Giant was used like
between
that
heel
back
and
in
face.
the,
Yeah.
I mean, what did he turn?
I think
Twice a year?
Yeah, I think he broke a record for like going back and forth between babyface and heel.
Him and Kurt Angle, the two of them. And I think that's another reason why the two of them never, while they'll always be remembered as Hall of Famers and top tier guys, maybe never reached icon status. And I think, to me, Angle, one of the elite ever to match for match, move for move, to ever get into the industry. But with all the foolishness they had him portray over the years and the constant turning back and forth, and I don't think he'll ever be remembered in the same breath as a Flair or a Hogan or an Austin or a Rock
And he
or a
definitely
Shawn
had
Michaels.
the potential to be,
But in ring, sure.
Oh, yeah.
And Big
one of
Show,
the greats,
he's one of the few guys, I think, if you look at the history of it, that WCW actually used better than WWE. I think if you go back, and I know you were a younger G back then, but when he was the Giant in WCW, he was kind of a scary-looking guy. You know, he was doing those missile drop kicks from the top rope.
Yep.
You know,
I remember that.
I'm gonna tell you what call him a luchador, but
I'm gonna tell you what my trainer told me a long time ago when I first started.
Now, which trainer is this? You've had many.
Oh well, the one who kind of like raised me. I would
North
say
Carolina?
Rip Rogers. Rip Rogers.
Oh, Rip Rogers. Okay.
He told us less is more. I always remember that.
And you're not talking Les
more.
Thatcher.
No. I'm talking.
But we like Les too on the show. So. Less is definitely more. All right, fans, we're already getting the cue from the back. We've gotten into little on this episode. We're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insider Special Edition. After this brief timeout, you're going to hear from a certain superstar that was in one of the main events of Money in the Bank, a little about this gimmick right here. I'm still waiting for my package, but find out how you can get yours.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Thomas & Mack Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, Friday, July the 28th, 1989. In the opening contest, The Genius beat Coco Beware. Jim the Anvil Neidhart with the win over Haku via disqualification. Superfly Jimmy Snuka defeated the Honky Tonk Man. Paul Roma victorious over Boris Zukov. Model Rick Martel beat Tito Santana. The Rockers with the win over the fabulous Rougeau brothers. And in the main event, the Ultimate Warrior defeated Andre the Giant in 15 seconds. If you were in Las Vegas live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7
around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Dan Marati, JTG. Did I call you G?
JTG, Jay the God.
Was I going to call you GTJ? I'm all over the place.
I am a G.
I'm not a morning guy. You are a G.
I am a G, so we'll work with that.
Well, you stayed at a kind of a famous place. I don't want to, I don't want the fans stalking you, waiting for autographs next time you're in town. But you were a Hilton guy this time in Boston.
Oh, yeah.
Are you familiar with Annie, who used to work at the Hilton?
No, I'm not familiar with Annie.
She was the only woman that could put a smile on Greg Valentine's face.
Oh, at the Hilton Garden there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Her name,
I did not run into Annie.
I don't think it's on her birth certificate. If you read Brutus Beefcake's book, she's best known as Annie the Ass Eater.
Oh.
So I don't know if she smelt that strawberry lemonade face spray.
I'm going to have to ask for Annie at the front desk next time I check in.
Well, if you ever saw her, I think you'd check into a different hotel, but that's a different story for a different time. Just don't spray yourself on the backside, please. All right, back to what's going on in the world of wrestling. Punk, Daniel Bryan, I've been told by some people within the know of AEW that they think they're coming by the end of September, and I think that's going to be a major coup for them. They have 3 dates in Chicago. They have the All-Out weekend, then they have back-to-back Wednesdays in the New York area. I think they're in Newark, and then what's the tennis player's name? Arthur Ashe Stadium. That's almost sold out. That's almost 20,000 seats. So they're doing some really good business.
Business is picking up, and I'll be honest with you, I have never sat down and watched the episode of AEW. And
not even one.
Not one. I catch the highlights on social media. I catch up on all wrestling, Raw, SmackDown, all on social media. But I think I might have to take some time out and actually watch AEW live when Daniel Bryan or CM Punk make their AEW debut.
I have to say, I think one of their better pickups was Andrade.
Really?
To me,
how's he doing right now?
They've given him a good push off the bat. They haven't done much with him as of yet, other than promos and.
And how was his promo? Because I heard that was one of the reasons he was kind of didn't get that push he wanted in WWE because Vince wanted him to learn English.
I think he'd be enhanced with a manager.
Okay.
I think they kind of paired him with Vicky Guerrero, and now he has some kind of I don't know what the terminology is, but a little sidekick male with him, almost like a Reginald in WWE. But
okay.
I mean, as far as he's got a great look. Age-wise, wrestling-wise, I mean, he's been a top superstar everywhere he's gone, even in WWE, while he may have never been a world champion. He was in that upper mid-card mix. I just think that guy was a missed opportunity. That's someone where they're lacking top guys right now. Why not, you know what, okay, does he speak perfect English? No. But you know what? If they go back into their own network, they can look at some very, very successful, phenomenal days in the 80s and 90s when things were on fire and selling out when they had managers and, geez, you know.
And they created stars. Why do you think they're not creating stars these days? Why do you think they're afraid that they'll get too big, their heads will get too big and go off and do Hollywood or something like that? Why do they have the talent? Why don't they create stars?
I understand the mindset that they want WWE to be bigger than any star. Then if one goes, when Punk left, did business crumble for them?
It didn't crumble, but it took a hit. It took a hit.
I don't, as far as financially, maybe they sold a little less merchandise, but I mean, did it hurt the core business metrics?
Nah, I don't think
like
so.
If a Hogan left or when Austin left and things like that, when you did see significant drops. So I understand the mindset that you want to keep WWE as the prime source, the prime focus of everything going on. I get it. I think CM Punk was kind of an embarrassment where literally it took years and years for fans to stop chanting CM Punk at the live events. And I'm going to tell you, if he does sign with AEW, I think you're going to be hearing a lot more of it on Raw and SmackDown.
Man.
Every time you see, well, Lana's gone, but, those type of matches. Nia Jax out there. I think you're going to be hearing a lot of CM Punk this fall with the fans back.
Ooh.
You can't control it like the Thunderdome.
No, you cannot. You can't just take them off the television.
Yeah.
How are they going to edit those sounds out, those CM Punk chants out?
You can't when it's live. And, maybe a great free advertising tool for AEW. I think that's the one you open the armor up for. When you have a fan base that's willing to chant someone's name literally for years. After they're gone,
I believe
that's someone you're over at that point.
When I was in LA, I went to a show and The Rock, he was filming for the movie with what's her name again? Paige. Yeah, he did some behind the scenes thing in the live audience, and he made a phone call to CM Punk.
I remember that.
Yeah, and because the people were just going crazy, and he got into a little heat backstage with Vince for that. But how much heat can The Rock get? But
exactly. How much heat is The Rock?
But Vince did say he was a little upset about him saying CM Punk.
Encouraging it. Yeah,
encouraging it.
Well, Paige unfortunately had her behind-the-scenes incidents because of some behind-the-scenes incidents from behind. But did you ever get involved in those?
Oh, absolutely not.
No,
absolutely
there's
not.
no videos of you and Paige that have yet to circulate.
Oh no, not with Paige, but there's.
Oh, others.
No.
Wait,
Yeah. What we talk about again? Daniel Bryan and.
Now see, Daniel Bryan, he's been gone now for 3 or 4 months. And I hate to, it's not a knock against him, as I like him an awful lot.
Oh yeah, I love Daniel Bryan. Yeah.
Does anyone really care? I mean, does it hurt WWE shows that he's not on? Is it hurt?
It doesn't hurt, but I know the fans want to chant yes. They want Daniel Bryan back.
I think those Bryan more so than Punk. I think it helps AEW more than it hurts WWE.
Yeah, that's one of
at the end of the day,
I'll agree. Yeah.
Would WWE prefer to have them both with them? Sure, but at the end of the day, is it really gonna clink at the armor, so to speak? I mean, they got that guaranteed money coming in from Fox. They got the guaranteed money coming in from USA.
Peacock.
They got the guaranteed money coming in from Peacock.
Yeah.
International deals galore. Licensing deals galore.
Do you think because of those guaranteed deals that they don't put enough effort into the product anymore? Because the fans are really, really upset about the creativity and the writing.
I just think that based upon, if you go back to the beginning of coronavirus last spring, over 60 talents have been released. That's enough to start a fourth brand. You know what I mean? Honestly. They could have an all... I've been big on because maybe we can get into this in a minute or two, but enough to create a fourth brand. I have been a big proponent of as someone that literally disdains the majority of the women's wrestling that's on TV nowadays because I don't think it looks as authentic and realistic as what the guys do. It's one man's opinion. I know some agree with me.
Don't crucify Dan now. Don't crucify him.
There are some that want to castrate me when I say things like that. But as a human, I am entitled to my own opinion. I would love to see WWE, whether it be one of the 3 long hours of Raw or on WWE Network, give the ladies their own hour show. And for the fans that love the ladies wrestling, they'd be in a euphoria. For those that watch it for, you know,
for wrestling,
means beyond the wrestling aspect of it, they'd probably enjoy it for that too. But when they did hashtag Give Divas a Chance back in 2015, I don't think the fans meant give the women a third of the show.
Yeah.
And I think it's shown in that the week that they brought up Becky and Charlotte and Sasha all at the same time, you had a Monday Night Raw that did 3.5 million fans. Now they're struggling to do less than half of that.
Oh.
Now I know that you have the fans coming back is going to give it a boost, but it's going to give it a boost for a bit because it's something new, it's something fresh again.
Yeah.
But after 4 or 6 weeks of having fans again,
You're gonna get
the
used to it
novelty
again.
of fans is going to go away. And you're going to have to go back to your core product, which is
wrestling.
Boring a lot of the times. I mean, I don't know what it is, but with Monday Night Raw, I just... Do you try and tune in? Or do you just get your social media
I get my
flips?
social media fix.
Maybe that's what I need to do.
Yeah. Like when they have something good going and they just, like, why did they stop the Hurt Business? It was so good.
Why does Cedric scream constantly now? What is he so angry about all of
I'll be angry too because they canceled the Hurt Business. I was like, oh, I was watching them do their thing from a distance, and I'm like, I'm loving it. Like, man, I want to be a part of this. And they broke the group up. I'm like, oh.
They did nothing with our buddy Shelton for ages.
Finally
Cedric was someone that was in 205 land of nowhere. And to take them in and put them in the mix with Bobby, who was another one I don't think they did enough with, and have a mouthpiece with them, an MVP, it was a great fit. And it seemed like they were trying to turn Cedric 2 or 3 weeks into the beginning of the faction, and then MVP just abandoned ship on them. And it's just like, if you look at it from a beginning, middle, and an end, if you were reading a book, you'd be like,
what?
What is this? And it's a shame because I think Shelton has gone back to main event and catering, and Cedric just kind of screams at everybody. And I don't know why he's so angry. It's almost like when they did that anger management class with Kane and Daniel Bryan about 7 or 8 years ago. He needs some kind of an intervention to find out why
he's
and it's
screaming
not
so
even
much?
just a scream. It's like this squeal, this primal guttural rage.
I haven't seen that yet. I'm gonna look for that on social media.
It is, and I'm sure it's
on there.
What he's being told to do, but it's not a manly sounding scream. It's odd.
It's not even masculine. It's kind of like a chick scream in a horror movie.
I don't know if he's got the deepest voice. Maybe that's why, but it started when they were having the matches with Shelton, and it's just continued, this scream. Maybe you can explain the scream to me.
Maybe he's doing exactly what he's told to do.
And that's all you really can do at the end of the day. But it would not be the material that I would come up with. Because I think Cedric is another world-class talent. I think putting him in that faction kind of,
help
I don't
elevate him
want
a
to
little
say
bit.
hid the fact that he's not the world's biggest guy, but I think it camouflaged it. I don't think you looked at him as a cruiserweight when he was involved with them.
Yeah.
I think you looked at him as a guy that was involved in the top heel faction. And I think that only helped them. Now, since they broke it up, what have they done with Shelton and Cedric in your social media clips?
I haven't seen it. They were a tag team and then they broke up?
Yeah.
So they're back both two single?
So they broke up from the faction, then they were a tag team and they broke up the tag team. Then they wrestled each other a couple of times. And I think, and I was at the go home, Howard. Was that segment, was that two?
That's right.
What, now I'm completely lost.
At the end of the second segment.
All right, well, see, we like that. See, I mean, what would we do without these fine folks?
Thank you, guys.
People, they get to see my smiling, sometimes not so smiling face, but if it wasn't for the people in the control booth, we would have nothing. And we want to remind you to try and keep the lights on, to bring you great wrestling talk.
Lights.
7 nights a week.
Lights.
7 nights a week. I was 71 consecutive days. From the day
I don't know how you do it, Dan. I don't know how you do
From
it.
the day I landed from Tampa, and that was all work that week, until I don't know if I told you the Linda Marotti Ultimate Warrior story on the airplane.
No, I don't
When
think
we were trying to go to Florida, there was a thunderstorm, and she overheard the flight attendants talking, and as me, her, little Marty was sitting there. She just grabbed her bag, and I thought she was going to the bathroom, but she ran off the plane.
Huh.
So we didn't make it to Florida. We made it to New Hampshire instead. 2 days off, and now I'm on, I think, consecutive day 29 or 30. 9 or 10 hours a day. To give these fine folks sometimes as many as 20, 21 brand new videos a week, because we love you.
Sacrifice.
That's why, baby.
Sacrifice.
We love that you're a fan. We love that you're a friend, but more than anything, we'd love you to join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, where you get early ad-free access to programs just like this, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions on the Howard Stern Show, thanks to that lunatic, the Iron Sheik, and so much more. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. We'll be back after this brief timeout. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marty, JTG, talking a little current events in the world of professional wrestling. A guy that, still a big wrestling fan. I mean, I was very, very ultra impressed that you, as a former WWE talent, simply have gone to WrestleManias to enjoy it.
Oh yeah, I'm still a fan. You know, you have to be a fan to be a professional wrestler, because the amount of dedication and sacrifice and what we put our bodies through, you have to be passionate about the business. And if you're just somebody off the street that wants to make some money in the wrestling, you're not gonna last that long.
Well, I've come up with a great idea for Dallas that we still have plenty of time to discuss if you're going to make it out there for WrestleMania week this year. Were you at the last Dallas one at AT&T Stadium?
I believe I was. Yeah, I was with the company. Yeah, I believe I was there. I probably did a backstage segment. What year was that?
16? No, you were gone.
No, I was gone by then. You know, I'm thinking about another
Hit the road,
WrestleMania.
Hit the road, baby. I've never seen a spectacle like it. They gave me tickets right next to the hard cam, and I just, however, you know, people.
What was the main event? What was the main event that year?
Triple H and Roman.
Oh yeah, I definitely wasn't there for that. Yeah.
I just remember looking up, and looking up.
The amount of people.
And looking up and saying, I may never be with this many people in one place at one time again. And I've tried to explain it to people. It was so loud that when Austin came out, it was almost like it went silent. It was weird.
Oh, wow.
It was that loud that it was like there was no sound.
It was deafening. Okay.
It was just, it wasn't the best WrestleMania they've ever had by any stretch of the imagination. But as far as the spectacle goes, that's almost like what WrestleMania has turned into now.
It's just a spectacle,
It's not, you know, sure, the event is based around the in-ring wrestling, but the spectacle that it's become, my God.
Yes.
And I love this because I don't know how many Linda Marati stories I've told you, my ex, but Baby Marati, you just missed him when we did Wrestle House in Tampa, but he got to go to his first WrestleMania this year.
Nice.
The mother asked how it was, and he said, oh, it was one of the best nights of my life.
Wow. Okay.
And she hated
Both
that.
nights?
Yeah, she hated that. But I loved it. I loved it. I think I told you.
You might be raising a future wrestling star. We'll see.
Well, he's 16. He's almost as big as me.
Okay.
So he's getting there, brother.
Just get him into the ring.
Saugus football team wants him for now, though. So you know what? I think there's a little more cash in the NFL if he could ever go that route.
I think that's the direction to put him in.
I don't think they do the downside guarantee route. But yeah, he was. It sucked that it rained, as you know, because you were there.
Yes, it did.
But I don't know if you and I discussed this though. But did you know that Virgil got tossed from WrestleMania?
He was in the building?
Yes, I'll have to send you a picture of it. He was going around when everybody was stuck, you know, in the concourse.
I think I heard this. I think I heard this in getting people to take 8x10s and charging them.
Charging people for posed photos, and then they.
Oh, God. Oh, Virgil.
Isn't that hysterical?
Yes,
You gotta love to have the balls to do it, I guess.
He has a lot of balls. I've seen him by his merch table. He's selling other people's gimmicks. It's like, bro.
I remember I leaned into the kid. I said, "Do you see the guy in the black hoodie, about 25 feet away, almost looking like he's jiving with people?"
Yeah.
He goes, "Yeah." I said, "That was Ted DiBiase's bodyguard." I said, "His name was Virgil." I said, "Don't make eye contact because we won't get rid of him."
Oh, and he made eye contact.
No, he
didn't.
didn't.
He did it? You listened?
No,
Okay.
no. I remember the year we were in New Jersey together. Tony gave him my phone number to try and latch on to us. And that was almost the end of Tony Atlas's life. Virgil came to our hotel trying to find me. And I remember we saw him in the lobby, and we had Zeb Colt, the Dutch Mantel, who you can tell isn't exactly Ricochet at this point.
Yeah.
So we found a side door to eventually get into the hotel, and I wanted nothing to do with it. Then the next day at the WrestleCon, you weren't with us for that one. He was waiting for us there. But I am, with my injuries and so on, and there's one fan that always mocks me. He said, you always bring up this car crash with the Sheik. Well, you know what? My pain and my disability is part of my existence, fine sir or fine lady, whatever you may be. But I am not a morning person because of the pain I wake up in. And I was in no mood after dealing with that New York City traffic
To deal with Virgil.
for Virgil.
Question: Did he ever raise that $1 million? I know there was a GoFundMe or some type of donation where he wanted to be a millionaire, and fans were donating money. I don't know if he got close to it.
I've got to research this.
Yeah.
I have a feeling if he even scratched 4 digits, it would have made news.
It would have made, okay. So
Yeah, I'm going to think that was highly unsuccessful.
Last time, it was a couple of months ago. I checked. It's probably like a couple of $100. But
You know what he really needs?
What's that?
His own line of beard care.
You know what? I think I can help him out. Some sexy as hell beard care. Maybe he'll get those ladies running to his merch table if he was wearing this.
Well, I tell you, I keep telling all the ladies at Noel Salon, now right here in Melrose up the street, I have this beard care coming, because they're always talking about the moss on the face. They've seen this handsome gentleman that they've been oohing and ahhing over, even one of the, one that tends to, she prefers the females, but you know what, she saw you and she said you may transition her back to...
Oh, wow. That's not the first time I've heard that. But
really?
Okay, yeah.
You've transferred many lesbians back. A few?
I lost count, so yeah, a few.
That many?
Yeah.
Well,
I convert. I'm a converter.
Ayana Lizzo Pollock.
That's her name?
Well, the Lizzo I added for reasons you may imagine. Carlito would enjoy it.
Oh, okay.
I think you know Carlito's preference.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Carlito would be in heaven. We'll leave it at that. I miss old Carly. I haven't seen him now in a while. But as we continue to try and talk about current events as opposed to nonsense, I think one thing you can knock WWE right now, I want to know, agree, disagree. I think the one thing they've done right and have done right now going on half a year is
Can I guess?
Sure.
Can I guess it?
Yes.
Is it the Roman head of the table storyline?
Pretty close.
Pretty close, okay.
And you're right about that. I just think the 2 world champions.
Okay.
2 world champions that are credible, badass-looking guys that when the bell rings, they get in there and they get the job done. Now, have they had great challenges every month on the pay-per-views? No. Have they always been involved in the best storylines? Roman's has been great.
Bobby Lashley, I'm tired of seeing him wrestle Drew. I don't want to see them wrestle no more.
You know, I love Bobby worked for us down at that fine establishment that I think you drove
the
by
Memorial
several
Hall?
times.
Okay.
Yeah, Bobby, hell of a guy. I think the world of Bobby Lashley. I don't know why they didn't bring Bobby Lashley back after WrestleMania 34 in New Orleans and use him the way he's been used now. Is just this kick-ass, realistic individual, but you know it took them a little while to get there. That's fine. You know, the GPS took them a strange route. They were trying to go from Boston to New York and wound up in Chicago.
Is he still married?
first.
Is he still married to Lana? Did they ever
I
get
don't
divorced?
know if they got divorced or not in storyline.
That was the most drawn out, horrible storyline. I'm like, when is this going to end? Please don't do my boy Bobby like this.
Horrible.
Oh my God.
I mean, he should be out there kicking ass. I mean, whether you are interested in Goldberg, whether you think Goldberg's a joke at this point, I think it makes for a unique physical presentation, if nothing else.
Yeah,
seeing
speaking
the
of
two them
that,
collide.
I really wanted to see Bobby Lashley versus Brock Lesnar. What's going on with that?
I honestly, I'm glad they're not doing it.
Really? Why you say that?
That is what you need for 102,000 people in Dallas.
Oh, you're right. That's Dan using his own brain over there. You're right. That will be a WrestleMania. That is a main event.
At SummerSlam.
Yes. Okay. I agree. If they actually could do that, if AEW doesn't snatch up Brock before.
I know they got money, but I can't see Vince letting Lesnar go.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a little too much pie.
You can have Braun. You can have CM Punk. You can have Daniel Bryan, but you cannot have Brock.
And on top of that, you know, you talk about the different dynamics for Brock. Think about Brock and Roman with Heyman stuck in the middle. Who does Paul Heyman side with? Remember, you and I like to note, because it makes me feel good, we're about the same age, even though I could probably pass as your father and son. You know who that used to bother more than anybody? Bobby a little bit, but Shelton, because Shelton's probably, I think, 6 years older than me.
Oh, wow.
And he hated that, because he looks so much younger than me.
Yeah, he looks great.
And I would break his balls relentlessly. Shelton was a former champion here in Boston Wrestling.
Oh, I did not know that.
Outside, I'll give you a little historical fact as we get ready to celebrate 20 years. Other than WCW and WWE, we are the only wrestling organization to ever hold an event of any kind, wrestling related, at the TD Garden in Boston. And Shelton was a big part of that back in 2011 during what I would call our glory years.
The glory years.
That was right around the time we transitioned to live events down in the Carolinas. And we had the only event in wrestling history, not just with active wrestlers from WWE, TNA, and Ring of Honor at the same time, which is a coup to pull off. We had champions from all three organizations wrestling. Eddie Edwards was the Ring of Honor champion, Jay Lethal was the X Division champion, and Daniel Bryan was the U.S. champion. All competed in an MWF ring down at our Memorial Hall.
Oh, you're getting me excited for November 13th.
Now, I mean,
oh my God.
I mean, that's really
I'm
a cool
excited. I can't wait.
fact. I don't think you'll ever see that happen again.
Oh, I'm glad to be a part of this.
That had all you imagine the politics that went into that. Not only that, we had Abyss and Homicide. They were under TNA contract. Paul Bearer just got pushed off of that ledge by Edge. I think you were still in WWE.
Yeah, 2011.
Yeah. Awesome Kong had her last match before she went there as Karma. She was already signed. WWE did us the courtesy of allowing her there too. So it was an event for the ages, and it snowed.
And it snowed? Did that mess up?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. You talk about feeling like you're going to have your WrestleMania 3, and it turned into
and then
WrestleMania 9 when they were trying to give tickets away. Yeah, that was a disappointing.
WrestleMania 9, they gave tickets away at the Caesar Palace.
They were the casinos were giving them away left and right.
They couldn't fill up that small arena.
No.
Nobody wanted to see Brett versus Yoko.
Do you remember how dead business was 92 into 93?
Oh, man.
You got to remember when that.
Was that Brett's fault?
No.
Okay.
It was the industry's fault. Do you remember the sex and the drug scandals from 92?
Yes. Hogan, yes.
No, not just Hulk. I mean, it was the industry. We got to remember, at that point, WWE was in peril, even though Vince McMahon's indictment and trial didn't come until later in 93. And the trial was in 94, that was a company that was at risk of going out of business because there were so many con men. And some people did have legitimate gripes, but 90% of it was pure and utter bullshit. It was just ex-veterans that were out of the sport. There were no more territories for them to go and work, as Howard tells me to end the show. And maybe what might be interesting as we continue to do these episodes, especially if you become a full-timer, is I love historical WWF.
And I love learning,
stuff.
so
and maybe we could even do some back and forths about that. Yeah, but if you check out, because this is going to air this week, the most recent Marty Jannetty episode, we're in the spring of 1990 in the WWF chronological order.
Okay.
And about a week before WrestleMania 6, Dr. George Zahorian got busted. Zahorian was the Philadelphia Athletic Commission appointed doctor. And the guys would go in and literally go in with grocery bags filled with gas and pain pills and anything you can imagine the guy would give them.
He was hooking it up. Oh, man.
And the Fed showed up and he goes, "Oh, I'm with the patient." And all of a sudden the Feds heard, the paper shredder was, and then they kicked the door in and they found quite a litany of WWE superstars' names on those pieces of paper. And it led to Zahorian went to jail for 3 years, and then the Feds will have to trot after trying to shut WWF down, which, as they wasted their time, their thought process was that Vince was, turning Titan Towers into this distribution center, which never happened.
No.
It was a ridiculous waste of taxpayers' money. And they even got, when Vince had to wind up going to trial, I mean, things as simple as...
Oh, no, you said, what was in that Ica Pro?
I don't think there's nothing in the ICO Pro. No, I don't think there was any. I don't think it worked for anybody. So there was nothing in the ICO Pro. I'd like to get an ICO Pro banner for back there.
That would be really cool.
Yeah, those. But you got to remember, in the spring or the summer of '91, when Hogan's name got involved, as Zahorian was getting ready to go to trial, there was major backlash, and McMahon told the talent at the TV tapings, "You have to get off everything." Ooh. And if you go back, you're a wrestling guy, you go back and look at WrestleMania 8, and then you compare that to the roster at the end of the year. 92, they lost Hogan, Warrior, Piper, Bulldog, Texas Tornado, Legion of Doom, Sid, who they gave the big monster. He was in the
Monster Push, yeah. He
half
worked
of the
Hogan,
main event
yeah.
at WrestleMania. Macho Man started wrestling in a shirt. Jake Roberts had issues of a different kind, but he was gone. Yeah. But I mean, virtually every top guy in that company that ended 91 into early 92, and they had an awesome roster at that point. But I mean, just about every top guy was gone, which is why they had to go with the Bretts and the Shawns and elevate Undertaker even more than he already was. But that's a very interesting time. I had so much more to talk about with this guy, but ... The good news is, we have more footage from our Wrestle House in Tampa when we thought the house was going to blow away like the Wizard of Oz. The weather was so bad out that we taped on WrestleMania Sunday. And this fall, JTG is going to be back for more Wednesday night Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes. It's really cool. We have a lot of great legends and veterans that have been with us. We've had, we wanted to try and kick off something extreme themed. And then New Jack passed away 6 days after he was with us, which was just unbelievably eerie. It's been an interesting time here, but we're getting back to business with the live events. Again, fans, don't forget, a week from Friday, Friday, August the 6th, all-inclusive VIP packages and general admission tickets go on sale to everyone for our Back to the 80s WrestleFest Saturday night, November the 13th, 2 blocks down the road at Memorial Hall, right here in Melrose, Massachusetts. The zip code of champions, 02176. But if you want to beat the fans to the punch, our Patreon members, you can get that special code to get the tickets. Now, how does that benefit you? We're going to have a special ticket discount that's going to last a couple of weeks. And on top of that, when it comes to the Fanfest, it's going to go in a numbered order. So the sooner you order, you'll have first crack at the interacting with the legends themselves. And a lot of the VIP packages, JTG, you talk about a kid's dream come true. They come with the group photo with every legend all in one photo. Ooh. You talk about social media cred.
Ooh, you know what's likes you to get on that? You post that on Instagram?
You and 8 legends all in the same picture? You might even sneak in for one. But you know,
I definitely got to get one of those.
We'd have to talk to your legal people to see if we could get you clearance to even be in Massachusetts on that day. We know you're in hot demand right now. You're in such great shape.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Yes,
we'll see what we can figure out, though. All right, wrestling fans, as Jackie the Joke Man centers me up again, for my partner in crime, JTG, let us know in the premiere chat to my right if you want them back, if you've enjoyed this episode, what you thought about the topics we talked about, all the things we didn't talk about that I wanted to. And if you're not watching during the premiere, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. Again, the Super Chat is open for business. Don't forget to tip the bartender. For JTG, I'm Dan Marati. I can't wait to try out all of these goods that he's got, baby. I'm smelling like strawberry lemonade. Linda's going to want some action for the first time in a couple of years when she comes by the studio today. In a couple of years.
I didn't catch you. I was still busy basking in the strawberry lemonade.
I said, no, I said, Linda's going to want a little zibba zabba zabba zabba.
Oh, hey, okay.
Once she gets a load of
gets a whiff of this, yeah.
That's all I need.
Bear care.
That's all I need. All right, folks, we'll see you tomorrow night, 10 p.m. after Impact Wrestling with the return of the man who's been partying since he came out of the womb, Marty Jannetty. You and yours be well. Good night from Boston.
Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
Wrestlemania Weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Primetime, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting. We can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2.
You never know who or what to expect on Wrestling Insider's Special Edition every Wednesday at 10 p.m. after AEW Dynamite. A lot of great content headed your way this summer. Got a lot of positive feedback to JTG in the studio. Even though he's a younger superstar compared to many we've had, he's been a fan almost since he came out of the womb. He and I both started watching wrestling around the same time. Really enjoyed having him with us. I wish every talent that joined us in studio was as easy to deal with as Jay, and I really mean that. If you want more of JTG and other superstars and legends, again, folks, we're planning on headed back to the Sunshine State, Tampa, Florida, for Wrestle House 2 to find the next great co-host for our Tuesday Night Wrestling Insiders program by bringing you more Wrestling Insider tapings, more live episodes, more cyber autograph signings. The Indiegogo campaign is active now for this expensive proposition where you can help us bring the show to life. The link can be found at the top of the premiere chat box if you're watching with us on Saturday night, or after the fact in the description box below. We can't do it without your help. Looking to add to your wrestling man cave or wrestling memorabilia collection this summer? The Boston Wrestling eBay store is open 24/7 with great wrestling collectibles from superstars of every era. Along with your purchase helping keep wrestling legends working, you get an on-air shout-out from one of our featured Wrestling Insider superstars as our thanks to you for helping the team. You can find the link to our eBay store in the comment section below. Up next, folks, please put the women and children to bed. It is time for Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty, as Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s continue. This week, Marty looks back at WrestleMania 6, plus a one-night stand that left him lost in Toronto the morning of WrestleMania 6, the Rockers and Orient Express match from the big event, Andre the Giant's farewell, and tons more. Get ready to party with Marty.
Wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Party with Marty here on Wrestling Insiders, the Thursday Night Delight. Marty, it's always great to have you with us again.
Oh, I love being here. You know that.
Week in, week out.
Yes, and the weeknights.
I think it's fair to say now it's pretty much been a full year of the partying with Marty.
Yeah, what time this shows.
Yeah, by the time this episode airs, it'll be just about a one-year anniversary. We've had quite the adventure over the past year.
Yeah, because we had to battle that pandemic thing in about the midway point, but it was a heck of a year. A lot of good things happened. We saw a lot of bad things happen. Well, I have to say that, like, you know, New Jack and a few of our other friends. But overall, it was a great experience for me.
And we're just growing and growing.
Yes.
It's like Viagra on the internet.
Well, it was something like that.
There you go. All right, let's flash back. We wrapped up the last program talking about the big Zahorian bust. 3 days before the big event, April the 1st, 1990, the Sky Dome in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. The ultimate challenge. It was WrestleMania 6.
Yeah. And it was a big challenge for me.
Why is that?
Well, the night before, I went out and partied a little bit.
This is a surprise.
Well, there was a place called Rock and Roll Haven or Heaven, one or the other. Toronto people will know. Nice, cool place. I went home went to a lady's, young lady's house and spent the night. And Sean and I was rooming somewhere by the airport. We always try to do that. Man, I woke up. I might have had a couple of drinks. Back in my younger days, I used to drink a little bit, partying wise. But anyway, so I wake up and I'm a little hungover, and I'm looking around. It's a new house, and I don't see nobody. And it takes you, if for y'all that party, when you wake up, first wake up hungover a bit in a different place, it takes a while to figure like, okay, what happened? Where? So it's one of those things. And the girl wasn't there, but she had left a note on the table. And she had to go to work. And she said, don't forget, you said you had to be there by 2. And I'm like, oh, shit. Because you always got to be there early. It's WrestleMania now.
For WrestleMania, you only had to be there by 2 o'clock?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It was just like any other TV.
I thought it was earlier than that.
It might be now, but back then. It might even be 1 because they moved that back and forth a few times. I think they moved it from 1 to 2, trying to help out the guys that were always late, because, at times they would fine you.
Yeah.
Davey Boy and what's his name, Dynamite, they had like one paycheck, which was week to week. I think it was back then, before you got the flat fee. It was week to week, and they had one check with $3,000 worth of fines from 500.
Wow.
So what was that? That's six
out of 7 shots.
Yeah, and still made money. That's how much money was being made back. We were doing good. But anyway, so whatever time it was, I was like, oh man, I don't know. I got to call a taxi. I don't know where.
You don't know the address.
Yeah, I don't know where the hell to tell. Because I was going to call Sean and have him come get me. And, I got the address, but now I got to walk down the street. So I started looking for a mail. I think I finally found a piece of mail. I had the house number, but the sign for the street was saying, man, shit. And but I ended up getting there. I got there in time. I just say that. But that was a scary one. There you go. It's going to be WrestleMania 6. We were hoping to sell it out, which I think we did. Set the record on that one. It was at that time the record for the Sky Dome was 63,000 plus, a few hundreds. But we'd done WrestleMania 5 was our first, and I had I had an experience with that going out to the ring. They had one little step down, about a 6-inch step on the long ass runway. It was probably a good 80 feet. It was a long,
That was a long run, yeah.
And jogging along behind Shawn, and here's your big moment, right? My first WrestleMania, big first Super Bowl, first World Series kind of thing. You know, it's like all your friends, all your family, and all your haters get to see it. I've made it. I've met, come on out the curtain, listen to music, jogging behind Shawn, and all of a sudden that one step down. And I'm falling forward, and I'm grabbing Shawn, got him by the back of his trunks, and he's jogging along and he's pulling his shorts down. He thinks I'm ribbing and messing around with him. He's like, stop playing. He's knocking my hand off. And you know, I got back up. I didn't go all the way down. Worldwide TV, man, there's my interest. You know, I always call GAT, you know, God's amusement toy.
And before Shawn became a religious man, he was probably used to people sneaking up from behind and pulling his pants down.
Did I ever tell you about the match him and I had in Denver?
All right, well, anyway, back to Toronto.
So that was my first WrestleMania.
That was at Trump Plaza.
Now here's, it was, and here's 6, the real big one, because we were expecting 60,000+. And it was my second one, and I knew we were going to have a great match with Orient Express. But I'm over there sweating bullets because I don't know where the hell I'm at now, if I'm going to make it on time. I mean, I figure I will get there on time, but I mean, as far as for the show. But, you know, will I get there, you know, in time for Vince not to be pissed off? Like, it's WrestleMania and you show up at 4 or 5 o'clock, you know, something like that. But luckily it worked out. That was, go ahead, what were you going to ask about it?
No, I'm a 60,000+ standing room only, as Gorilla Monsoon would say. A match fondly remembered by people. In just over 7 minutes, the Rockers did the courtesy to the newcomers to the WWF, the Orient Express.
Powder or salt or whatever food you would throw in your face. I think we were opening match again.
No.
Not on that one?
No. You were deeper in the card on that one.
Well, which, as I've said here before, Roddy Piper explained, it's not an insult to be opening for a major show because they want to start it off with a good bang, get the people going.
If I remember right, I think it was Rick Martel and Coco that opened.
That'd have been good. Yeah, it's hard to have a bad match with Rick. It was good.
Well,
and
Coco was good too.
Yeah, and everybody loved Frankie.
Your memories of that 7 minutes with the Orient Express, a much different match than you had with the Twin Towers a year ago. You were just coming off of your feud with the Powers of Pain, and
that's right.
And the Orient Express were relative newcomers to the company. They only debuted in February.
And that's with Sato, I think.
It was Akio Sato and Pat Tanaka at that point.
And Sato was good too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Not saying anything bad about him, but Paul Diamond and Pat were a dream team for us to work with.
Yeah.
But that match went well, I thought. You know what was cool was riding out on that cart. Remember they had some kind of cart that would roll you out to the ring. It was made like a ring, if I remember right.
Yeah.
And that outfit, that particular outfit, was a yellow one. That's about the only outfit I got left because I wanted to donate for the children Make-A-Wish thing.
Well, you know what? Like I said, where we missed that this year, we could always save it for the Paul Bearer toy drive.
Okay.
This Christmas time.
Because I think I still got some tassels or some stuff.
Oh wow, cool.
But I know I have that particular outfit. Oh man, I almost sold it back when I was struggling a little bit. Because I had one offer for $5,000 for it. Now that I've seen Wanted Treasures, WWC and the prices, I guess I'm gonna have to jack it up. But I want to keep at least a WrestleMania outfit.
Oh yeah.
And put it in the boxes where you call those casings and have it on the wall.
Framed and matted, yeah.
And then when I'm sitting there with no teeth and a big belly and thing, I can say.
That was me.
Well, I did that though.
I did that though, right.
But yeah, man, that was.
Memories of the match itself.
I felt like, I feel like I remember. That makes sense. That it went fairly well.
Yeah.
I remember Fuji throwing salt or powder or whatever the heck it is he throws. I remember taking a bump over the railing too and landing right near somebody that looked good, and we locked eyes right there, and I think she was just looking like, get your ass over there on the other side of the rail, and I was thinking, beautiful hair, and again Sean's hollering for me, get your ass over here, I lost it for a minute, just like now, kind of. But and I think that's when I went in and for the finish. I was blind. I think I have to watch the video. That's what we need to do.
We should do a watch-along.
Yeah, that's what we should do with some of those,
The fans love the watch-alongs over on the Patreon at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. I know the fans had really been pushing me to have you relive the first WrestleMania match you guys had with the Rockers. With Twin Towers.
And that one you can see too, because the crowd was up on like a little runway type thing.
Yeah.
To where you can see probably waist up, us going through the crowd, which is kind of a cool shot. But you can see you going along. And I think they cut away because it seemed like there was a camera.
Well, we know what. We'll do a watch-along before this set of tapings we do is over, and the fans on Patreon can relive it with us.
Yeah,
that'll be fun.
Because you'll see this. You'll see me and Sean running along, and then you'll see this.
Vanish.
And then come back up from there, and oh my God, talk about embarrassing.
That must have been at that point, if not the biggest crowd you ever worked in front of. One of the biggest, WrestleMania 6.
It was at that time.
Intimidating to work in front of that many people? Exciting?
No, you know what? It's different because when you would do something that you get that pop from the crowd, you hear that. With this, it's a slow rumble, thunder thing, like, because it's so opened out.
Huge, yeah.
And so the sound takes a minute for the people for it all to get there, and they're not right on top of you.
And even for the fans, even the sound of the bumps are delayed.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy goes up, takes the bump, and it takes a little bit for the sound to travel.
Yeah.
I remember from obviously I didn't go to 6 where I was so young, but I was at 18 when they did the Hogan and the Rock one, and I do remember that about it is that in a building that big, there was such a delay in, from you'd see the move, but then it was like it took a while for the bump to travel, almost like I'm a big baseball fan, as you know.
Yeah.
When you go to the game, if you're not on top of it, you see the guy hit the ball, but it takes sometimes just a split second, and then here comes the sound. Exactly, yeah. And then
football, same way when they punt it. You'll see it go, and then you hear boom.
So, did it take you a couple minutes to get used to that?
No.
No.
Especially, and luckily, the 4 guys in there and the ref. Who was the ref that one? You remember?
I don't remember. We'll have to wait for the watch along.
But we all were comfortable with each other, so that helps a lot, because if you got 4 guys in there nervous as heck, it could be bad. But I mean, and again, like, once you're tuned into what you're supposed to be doing, you really don't hardly notice the crowd, other than you want to hear them, so you know where you're at in the match as far as, do we got them, or do we need to do something, they're with us or they're not with us, are we all connected? As we've talked a lot about the psychology, that crowd psychology being the most important thing to connect. So, and outside of that, I mean, when you know you got them and then you go put it on cruise control, you kind of, you don't hear it until you need to. Like, okay, where are we at? And you listen and you see if they're, I always like to read body language, to my people that too. You find somebody ringside that's really in tune with the whole crowd. And then you can just focus in on them with a quick look. Like, if you got them leaning forward, usually you got the people. When you see them like this, and obviously like this, but leaning back, you might need to pick up some work. And if they're forward, you pretty much you got it. We're in there. But as far as I remember from that, it seems like it was a quick match. We didn't really. I can't remember.
It was only about 7 minutes. Yeah.
Was it?
It wasn't very long. Because that was a problem with those shows back then. It wasn't like the WrestleManias up until coronavirus where they'd go 6 or 7 hours. You were trying to cram 13, 14, 15 matches into 3 hours and 45 minutes or whatever it might have been.
And with the independents, I try to tell them sometimes, but I guess people have their way they want to do things, but the independents have gotten the same way that they'll have 13, 14, 15 matches, but one of them going to be good, or 2 maybe. And they give them so much time. Each match is getting 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Like, oh man, if you're gonna,
they all want to have their WrestleMania moment,
right? But the thing is, and it's not a put down, it's a learning point. If the talent in the ring is not that talented, don't make them expose that. Don't quite go 20 minutes. Well, I might do 5 real good, but after that,
That's it, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to expose their weaknesses, so to speak.
Right, and the more time they got, the weaknesses show up. You can hide some of it.
All right, wrestling fans, I'm getting the cue from the back. Our good friend, the John C. Reilly of Boston Wrestling. We'll be back after this brief timeout as we continue our trip down memory lane through WrestleMania 6.
Yeah.
The World Wrestling Federation was sold out at Vienna Bicycle Racing Hall in Vienna, Austria, Thursday, July the 29th, 1993, the WWF's debut in Vienna. In the opening contest, El Matador beat the Predator. Brutus, the Barber Beefcake, with the win over Terry Taylor. Native American Tatanka defeated Bam Bam Bigelow via countout. WWF Tag Team Champions, the Steiner Brothers, retained the titles over the Head Shrinkers. Owen Hart victorious over Papa Shango. Hacksaw Jim Duggan beat Bastion Booger. And in the main event, Hulk Hogan defeated WWF World Champion Yokozuna via disqualification during Hogan's last tour with the WWF for 9 years. If you were in Vienna live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back as we continue to talk WrestleMania 6. Rockers, again, did the honors for the Orient Express at WrestleMania 6.
I believe it. I'm pretty sure it was me or got salted.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
We're going to do the watch-along so we can remember it specifically. But
I should be able to remember. Well, you can't.
Were you happy to have the Orient Express in WWF to work with, coming off that program with the Powers of Pain? Was it easier to work with them than Powers of Pain, or?
Well,
Because
like
that
I
was
said,
kind of, instead of the culmination, that was kind of the kickoff to the feud you guys had.
that one at 6?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were good. You know, Pat Tanaka, very familiar with anyway from Bad Company when they were at AWA, him and Paul Diamond.
Very underrated talent.
Oh gosh, it was great. And then it became great as Orient Express with it was an American boy under the hood called Kato, being Japanese. But oh man, it was Sato. I was familiar with him from my time in Japan. So yeah, it was easy. It was easy working with them. I mean, it was easier in Powers of Pain. The impact of the bumps were different, you know, because we was talking about that in the previous show. You know, when you're getting pushed 10, 15 feet in the air or caught off the top rope in a quick power slam, thrown into the post. No, I mean that's we don't mind that, you know, because you're getting the fans happy, you're making them happy. But I just feel bad saying if it was an easier match because they both were easy. Less high impact bumps were taken with the Orient. I mean, we still bumped around, of course. They did too.
Did you enjoy working with one team more than the other?
Like I said,
Just
I
different?
liked working with the Powers of Pain. I don't want to say better than anybody else, because I loved working with the Heart Foundation. Pretty much everyone. The only one that was a little bit off was Demolition, and that just being because, you know, they were rock 'em, sock 'em, stomp 'em, you know, slam 'em kind of guys, and we needed. If we could make it work with Powers of Pain as big as they are, we could have made it work with Demo, but they seem to be real protective of the brand, you know, of their character, the ring characters, you know, the romp 'em, stomp 'ems. So I thought we still had good matches, but they weren't my favorites, we'll put it that way. Still liked them, weren't my favorites. I liked the Powers of Pain because I loved taking those crazy bumps.
Did you?
Yeah, and it made sense with them. You know, take them, like you were saying about the one with Hogan and Shawn, the exaggerated bumps. You didn't have to exaggerate these. They could get you up there in the air. You know, so and we made everything make sense. You know, it took two of us to knock one of them down. And that's what was trying to tell a couple of the demo guys, Demolition. You know, we'll double team. It's okay to go down. You know, maybe even a second. You know, maybe we drop kick you, both of us a double drop kick, get your teetle in there, and then hit the ropes, come with a double clothesline. Maybe, you know, and even that. I'm not going to say who because I love them all. You know that. But one of them was just overprotective, like. And if I do the voice, you'll know who it is. So I won't do the voice. But what if you? I almost did anyway. He suggested 3 things. So we had to do a double, 3 things.
Was it a man that was in this studio within the past few weeks?
I think he's been here.
Yeah. Well, actually, both
And
of them
God
have,
bless
so
him,
you
by
can
the
narrow
way.
it down. But
Well, so yeah.
but no, I know how protective one of them was.
Yeah. Yeah, and God bless him.
And he
Prayers
hit you like an axe.
Of course, this is what 4, 5, 6 weeks from now. So he probably, hopefully,
hopefully home down
yeah.
back in Atlanta. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the fans that may not be familiar with the story, if you've been out of the wrestling news loop, around the time we taped this in June, Axe had some heart issues a couple of weeks after he was here in studio, and you know, nothing life-threatening, but you know, he wasn't at 100% capacity. So his daughter and his wife, they said, why don't he was visiting his daughter in North Carolina? So they said, why don't you hang out in North Carolina until you're 110%? So hopefully, by the time this episode airs, knock on wood, our friend Bill Eadie, Demolition Axe, the Mass Superstar, will be home in Georgia, enjoying probably a very hot summer, because he's got a very active home. He's got a 15-year-old and a 22-year-old, I think, in that house. So that's a busy house for Bill. Bill's got a very interesting life, and he's a great guy, as you guys have seen.
Super guy.
On our Wrestling Insider episodes, we had Bill here for 2 days in May, and just fantastic content with a great guy. He's had a tough year. He had COVID back in February, I think, and now, you know, the ticker on the inside pestering him a little bit. It hasn't been a great 2021 for Bill. That WrestleMania weekend disaster I mentioned to you, and his car broke down when they were going to have a family vacation. He drove from Atlanta Tampa and the car broke down. Then he tried to check into the hotel, and it was insect infected, and I have no idea what you're doing over there.
Oh, it's hot, man. I got to take this.
Your foot is hot.
Well, where this is covered with this thing.
All right, well, I respect that. But hopefully he's doing well. We'll talk more about your feud with the Orient Express as time goes on. The match. You enjoyed the WrestleMania 6 experience for yourself, at least.
Yeah, it was great. And, you know, we always want to watch those because they build those up, you know. That's the big blow-off. And then you always want to watch for your own interest, you know.
Yeah.
See how they go end it. You're trying to guess it yourself, you know.
Were you surprised that they asked you to put them over?
I don't know if it was or not. I mean,
you know, they
not
only
really, because
they only debuted in February, so they really were new.
And that was what, April?
April, yeah.
Not really, because when they wanted to get somebody over, where they come, the Rockers can get them over. That was the same thing with my singles. It was, you know, I was just talking to somebody about it last night. It might have been, it was on our talk along or watch along the last. By now it was about 4 weeks ago.
Cyber signing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they mentioned something about working with Goldust. What was that like? It was the same thing when they come in with a new character. They haven't fully developed. Get MJ, he'll take care of it. Damn. And I didn't mind at all. But
and you know what? A great compliment in some ways. That you were trusted by the company to make their other talents look good.
It's a compliment, but you like that compliment to reflect in the wallet sometime.
Well,
or get your return, return to favor sometime. Don't have to be with that. So that was one thing the boys always got upset about was doing what they called a job. And I mean, understandably, I guess, but we were doing TV weekly. Because you get beat this week, all they do is have you beat somebody next week and you're back up. It's not. A lot of the boys felt like if they ever do a job, that's why there were so many DQs and run-ins and stuff, because it was having a hard time. I told you about the time I sat in the booking meeting with or the war room, as they call it, with Terry Taylor, right? I tell you what, he was giving the finishes, calling the guys in for their match. And then he was like,
this is you talking WCW.
Yeah, when he was there.
Okay, I do remember that story now.
Yeah, and they probably do too, so I'll leave it alone. It was just that every time he brought the guys in, like who was going over, who was not. There was the same thing. The one not going over, see the head dip, and the smile go away, you know.
Almost like Greg Valentine.
Yeah, that's one person you can't read in a poker game.
You know someone that could read him, just in a different way.
There we go. Go ahead. If you say it.
Denver, Colorado.
Started the show out in Denver, Colorado.
Earlier in the night, it was the final televised WWF match of the 8th Wonder of the World, Andre the Giant, as the Colossal Connection, Andre and Haku, lost the tag team titles to our good friends, Axe and Smash Demolition.
Title, though.
Yeah, your thoughts on Andre's kind of his swan song in WWF? He did come back the next year, but he really didn't wrestle.
But that was at 6 where they dropped the...
Yeah, where Andre and Haku lost to Demolition, and then Andre paint slapped Bobby, which was a kind of a memorable spot.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
You know, was Andre in a lot of pain at that point?
He had to be. He was walking. So he came, how long would you say he came back for? When he came back, did he come back for like a short stint?
He came back in '91. They tried to set up an angle with him in Earthquake, but I don't remember if...
After that was it?
No, well, you know, then he started walking with those crutches that were around his wrists, and he managed the Bushwhackers at SummerSlam '91, and that was the last time he was on WWF TV, from what I recall.
What I do remember when he had the crutch things, his knees were starting to bow outward all the way, and he'd had several knee surgeries. He would have those pants he'd wear, polyester, double knit poly, or wherever they were, but you could see blood on both knees.
Oh, really?
Because I guess the scar was busting open or whatever. That's a lot of pressure. 400. I think he got it to close to 500 there at the end.
Oh, did you ever see some of his work in '92 in Japan and Mexico?
Probably did, but
God, he looked
slow motion.
No. Well, he was slow even towards the end of WWF. But I mean, it was embarrassing for the man. And I mean, I understand he wanted to be around the boys. He wanted to be around that life, but he was immobile.
me and him never sat and talked, but I was just glad he finally talked to me one day. But you could feel that he knew the end was there. Not just in, I think you'd get the feeling with him that when wrestling ended, he ended. You know, and it kind of, you know, sort of the truth. When it was done, he didn't have I don't even think he was crazy about being was you like a manager or a third or something.
Yeah.
When he would come out with we said it was Bushwhackers.
He managed the Bushwhackers at a SummerSlam when they set up that program with him and Earthquake, which would have been horrible if they ever had the matches. But
oh my God.
When he wound, I don't know if he had another knee surgery, but he wound up managing Jake for a little bit when he was on the crutches in '91, and that was pretty. I think it was like May through August of '91, if I remember right. He came back for that, and then in the biography that they put out about Andre.
Oh, this A&E one?
Yeah, well, it was originally on HBO, and
Yes,
then I think WWE bought the rights to it completely.
I'm scared to say A&E.
But well, like I said, imagine if she ever went to town on Andre. But it made it sound like him and Vince had kind of
make the second show.
Had a falling out, so to speak. Andre and Vince. I don't know if it was because Andre wanted to continue to have a spot, and Vince basically said, I don't remember verbatim, but he didn't want to be around unhappy people, so he stopped booking them.
That's what it was. Like that. Yeah, well, I saw what you did then.
Oh, okay, yeah, so it was the same show.
Right. Yeah, and you could see Andre was never, when he's playing cards and had about 6 to 8 bottles of wine already polished off, and you'd get the laughs, you know, you'd get a couple, and only if you were the one playing cards with him, or, I mean, you couldn't walk by and tell him a joke and bust him out. I mean, he just, you know, that was about as much as you get from him.
So you could tell he was hurt?
But no, that was before he got bad. When he got bad, you didn't see him laugh at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so you know it was bad. Oh. And I'm sure Vince had a hard time saying, you know, this is the end of the road. It might be hard for some to understand, but if you tell the man, it's bad for our image if we keep using you out there. Because from what I heard, Andre felt like he got used at the end of it all.
Really?
You know, it was like you used me, you know, for making money. I mean, really, why else would you be around?
And that's sad. You know, maybe it was there, but with him, the travel was such a challenge. I mean, you're talking about trying to navigate a 500-pound man through airports and airplanes.
I always wondered how he must, because you have to arrange stuff in your mind to accept certain things. You got to make what do they say, adjust and adapt. You know?
I would even think maybe would there be a spot for him as like an ambassador, where you send him to a live event, but instead of him, you know, being a manager or even wrestling, you know, before the show starts, he does a free meet and greet for an hour or something like that. You know what I mean? The fans would be thrilled to meet him, and he'd still be around the boys. He'd still be on the road. It would be something as opposed to nothing. You know what I mean?
And you say the fans would enjoy seeing him, right? I wonder about that too, because I know how I felt when I saw some of when I was 10 years old, watching the guys that became my favorites. And then, you know, I got into business, I was 10, so about 13 years later when I got into business, 14 years later, now they're older and beat up, you know, because the rest of the world does put a pounding on the body. And you see them, I just remember seeing Big Bill Dromo in particular, and my Georgia people know him, I think that's where he was the big star. You know, sort of like I'm getting now. He was slumped over and got the belly and just didn't look good. And I didn't like seeing that. I mean, you don't want to see your hero defeated, kind of, even though he's happy. You know, like, I don't want my fans to ever have to see that with me, and I'm sure they do right now. And trust me, I'm going to be all right. In fact, we're going to work out together. When I start this diet after I get home, because it's hard to diet start a diet, start one, but with the diet comes training. So we're going to do this together through my Facebook.
It'll be fun.
And here, of
and
course.
Interactive.
Yeah, we'll all take our measurements and weight. Although remember, it's
I'll
not so
even
much
join
weight.
in.
Yeah, that'd be great.
You probably don't even know this, but I was as high as weighed in at 309.
Where you weigh now?
I'm in my mid 260s.
Really?
And
Well,
and
you
you
was
know me,
heavy
it's
then.
not like I can exercise or anything.
More now. Yeah, that's the
I'm
thing,
lucky I
man.
can get up, and I was like Knobs. I'm lucky I can humble up and stumble
Knobs,
up and go to the bathroom and not have to go out on the loading dock.
Right? But, and that's the thing. I mean, with this, I'm just now getting to where, you know, as I told you, getting on a stationary bike, and got to take that slow. Already, this one had to take the brunt of the weight from this one being, you know, down. And it, you know, it just got finished with his surgery, so I'm having to balance act it, figure out, you know, exactly. But I figured, well, by the time this showing, I won't be looking like this when y'all are actually seeing me.
Summer will be half over.
Yeah, I'll be. Trust me, if I'm gonna go on the internet and tell people we're dieting today, you gotta stick to it.
All right, wrestling fans, I'm getting the cue from the back from our good friend J.C. Riley. We'll be back after a brief time out as we continue the party with Marty. Right now, though, perfect time. Check out the link in the description box below. Head on over to the eBay store. Get an on-air shout-out from Marty Jannetty. Tons of great merchandise from superstars of every era. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
At WrestleMania 37, she defeated Asuka to become the new Raw Women's Champion, and here is your chance to own a piece of Rhea Ripley on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. Number 50 of only 50 made, includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Suitable for framing and matting, you'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air thank you on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Rhea Ripley autograph poster now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. If you headed on over to eBay, we appreciate it. Of course, the Patreon is there for your viewing pleasure 24/7 at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. If you are watching the live premiere, share your thoughts in the little chat box. The super chat button is always open. If you'd like to donate a couple of bucks, tip the bartender to keep the wrestling legends coming in. And of course, give us a big thumbs up. That costs absolutely nothing. And subscribe to the channel. It's absolutely free. It lets YouTube know that you enjoy what we do. And it tells either YouTube people or YouTube computers or YouTube algorithms to showcase our videos to the millions of fans that don't know we exist. But once they do find us, I think they're going to love us, Marty. I continue to believe that. What are you doing now?
We got to work out later at the next show.
What is it?
The hose. You ain't seen these?
Where did you get that?
Out
of your bag? Oh,
yeah, because I didn't see the gym. You said there's a gym at the hotel.
There is a gym.
Where is it?
I couldn't tell you if my life depended. But for some reason, I think it's on the first floor.
Where the front
not too far from where the coffee bar is. But anyway, again, back to Andre. A sad ending to his WWF time. Maybe was there a role for an ambassador? I mean, with the it's not like it was a regionalized schedule as it's become now. I mean, it's not like you could get him a Winnebago and drive him from Detroit to Tampa for a Friday and a Saturday night shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he went on to wrestle in Japan and Mexico. I don't know if
they loved him in Japan.
Oh, they sure did.
Japanese people love to be scared, and he scared them. The size.
He was a great heel in Japan.
Yeah.
Were you familiar with the story where in Mexico, the ass spot that you talked about so much?
Oh,
he did it to Bad News, only he couldn't get off of them, and he moved his bowels on Bad News.
Well, he did.
You didn't know? You never heard that? Yeah, down in Mexico. It was only a couple of months before he
They
passed.
shit on Bad News.
He did the ass spot, and he couldn't get off of him, and I guess from the impact.
Oh, Bad News shit.
No, Andre shit on
while
Bad
he was
News
sitting
when he was sitting on him.
Oh, man.
Can you imagine that?
Oh, you know, that's more than
You
horse.
made out pretty good compared to Bad News.
That's like a horse turd. I mean, they said, you know, one of Andre's big things was his farts. What do they call it? Flatulation. They loved to hear Andre. Well, Andre loved to hear Andre fart. Because he had those, the way Hulk described it, one of them thunders, boom, and he said they'd go for about 15 seconds. And you imagine him, I mean, he was this big around, if not bigger, around the midsection, and that's a lot of gas. What's it called, flatulation?
Fluctuating is one way it's described. But do you remember the guys kind of, you know, saying farewell to the boss that night at WrestleMania 6, or?
Not really.
No?
Yeah, I might have been drunk.
It was a surprise.
No, I'm just kidding.
All right, but any interesting Andre stories? You were around the man pretty regularly for about almost 2 years. Any funny stories that may stand out? Anything?
The only thing.
I know you guys weren't traveling pals.
Right, but I'd see him quite often in hotel bars.
Drinking.
Yeah. And he has legendary status on that.
I think he probably topped you.
Oh, by far. I came in.
Did you ever drink with Andre?
No, I sat next to him once, and we didn't even really talk that much. But this is after he finally started talking to Sean and I.
Yeah.
But I come down to the bar, and he's just like slumped over, sitting there. Oh, again? It's my job to knock that. Where's my phone?
Right there.
Okay. Anyway, so he's sitting there by himself, and I mean, it didn't matter if nobody else was there. He's going to be in that hotel lounge. Okay? And didn't see a beer can, you know, or a bottle or nothing in front of him. I'm like, "You're not drinking today, Andre?" Ho, ho, ho. And he moved his hand. Because his hand was so big, he covered the whole can. You could see just the top of it. And I was like, damn, how big those hands are. I mean, I saw him put it in front of, he died. Lord Alfred died, right?
Oh, yeah.
But on that talk, remember there was a talk show or something other? They asked him, how big are your hands, Andre? Hold your hands. And he held it right in front of his face and covered, I mean, completely. I mean, you couldn't see nothing. Man had some hands, but that's about it with the road stories with Andre. I can't think of anything else. And if there was something else, it'd come right out in memory, meaning.
Let me ask you this. I'm sure a time or two you guys were probably on the same flight. How would he try and get in and out of the plane? I mean, they're so small. I have a hard time getting on the plane, and I'm 6'3".
All right. Well, he would have to duck his head. A couple of guys that have to duck their head a little bit, especially for the little exit signs. You got.
Yeah.
But no, it was another road story was that he always had to sit in front because you got an extra. I mean, even then he'd be squashed in.
Oh yeah.
The thing. There was the one trip. I don't know if I've told our guys here, our fans, our followers. They ZZ Top was on the flight, and they're cool guys. The two of them were on that one, and the blonde hair one, I think he was a drummer. It wasn't what's his name with the long red beard, and he loved wrestling. But the other guy's wife or daughter, I think wife had been abducted and held for ransom. Which I guess that happens. I thought that was just hearsay kind of thing, but I guess that really happens with some rich people. That
sure.
That's crazy.
They got the money, yeah.
And so he wasn't, happy or partying or anything. He was real quiet. I think it's Dan Hill, Dan, the red-haired one. But whatever, he was partying with all of us, and we were cutting up and having a great time. He knew more about wrestling than we did, and then him and John Nord hit it off the best, man. Really? Yeah. Anvil kept trying to give him lyrics to the song. What if you did this one? And you're telling one of the best in the world how to do their thing. but he was trying. He was, but we all had a great time. And Andre, was just listening, didn't say much. And drinking. All of us were. In fact, Dan, if it's Dan Hill was the one, I know it was just a red hair, but I think he had passed. It was a LA to it was a red eye.
Mm-hmm.
It's all night flying from LA to Atlanta, maybe. Andre fell asleep, sleep because that guy didn't pass out from drinking. that I know of. I mean, he might have, but I don't know. But when he fell asleep, this way.
I hope there was no one sitting next to him.
And when we were getting ready to land and you buckle your seats and everything, the arm of the chair was bent out like this. And he was in the front row, so everybody was stuck on the plane. All stuck on the plane for just a little while because, he waited for this. He go, I've been chair. And they didn't know what to do because there were two of the flight attendants tugging on it, and we didn't know, could we help? And Andre was getting frustrated. He goes, let me try. Bends it right back up.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's strong. All that size brings some strength, And then that was that. There was no, everybody could get off the plane, but that was blocked in.
So, I mean,
that's how big he was, though.
He had a difficult time even in a regular first-class seat.
I mean, who's going to, and those things aren't flimsy.
No.
Who's by just leaning over is going to parallel.
The poor guy. It must have been so tough for him trying to, like I said, I can't even fly comfortably. I couldn't imagine being his size trying to do it day in, day out.
Bundy was another one because he was wide, man.
Yeah.
He was so wide. He
now,
was a solid.
Would they give Bundy first class or no?
I can't remember, to be honest.
Well, because they were so few.
I'm sure they did.
There were so few that had access to first class.
Right. Well, yeah, if you wasn't a champion or those guys, like you said.
Those select few.
Yeah, they even though the Rougeau swore they deserved first class. Jacques was always like, I love him to death. I'm not making fun of him. But, he always tried to weasel in for a little bit more.
Now, so you guys, you'd have to pay out of pocket if you wanted
If you went up or upgrade with your miles, yeah.
Oh, well, just imagine, I can imagine the miles that you must have accrued
everybody was a million miles. You get more benefits once you hit the million mile.
Now, which airline do you have the most miles with?
Delta.
Delta? Do you still have the miles or no?
I've used a lot of them. Back in the day, the girls thought I was spending my money to fly me in.
They'd gift them to the rats.
Yeah. The perks.
The perks.
The ring perks.
Business, yeah.
We want to stop calling them rats because we were talking about that today with Oscar. I would tell y'all to listen to Oscar's show, but it
would have been weeks ago.
Yeah,
John C., did I miss your cue?
He gave the second one.
Did he? I don't remember if he gave me the third one though. Sometimes I lose track when we have this great wrestling
I don't think
talk.
the third one yet.
Oh, he hasn't. Or he didn't give me the new. Oh, all right, perfect then. Thank you. You remember the big X to give us when we know it's time to take it home. But I just wanted to try and share maybe a few more Andre stories before we moved on. But just with the bigger guys, I mean,
Well, like I said, I used to, in particular, for a while, when everything's new. When we first started with WWF. John and I would at least. I used to like to, kind of wait and let all the big guys go, just to watch all the, going through the down to baggage claim, just the people both sides of the aisles through the airport, just all punching each other and looking for the ones that they recognized, which was like Hulk and Andre and the Warrior. I think I've told this, but it's okay to hear one more time. Funniest one was Warrior, man. Warrior always complained, he didn't want people recognizing him. I mean, the man 6 foot, 4? 6'4".
Well, he was that tall?
Yeah, about
Ultimate Warrior?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he was about that, right at that. Your height, you're 6'3".
6'3",
it's right in there,
about my
6'3".
size. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize he was that tall.
Yeah, and he was a shredded 280. He was abs.
Oh yeah.
And so it was hard not to know. And he had the long hair and flowing, walking through, big dude. It was hard not to at least look. And then once you look at, oh, wait a minute, that's that Warrior guy. You know, but he didn't like to take pictures. Really, he used the paint. You know, he didn't have as he was. I'm not in character. I'm not taking pictures. That was really an excuse. He just didn't want people bothering him, and but he would do that. I'm not in character. Hated people coming up to him, you know, because they recognized him. He would go off like that, and then next time you see him, he's got a tattoo of himself on his forearm.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
And then the next time you see him, he's got a boot that says Ultimate down one side, Warrior down the other. I mean, he's just a walking billboard. Then when they came up with a jacket with him on the back, he's wearing his jacket. I mean, okay, we don't want nobody to recognize us. Let's just tattoo us and boots and jacket and come on,
He
man.
even changed his name.
Yeah, he did to Warrior.
To Warrior, yeah.
Well, wasn't that though? Was there more to it than that? Wasn't that for to have the license because Ultimate Warrior was WWE?
Well, I think WWE owned Ultimate Warrior, but because he was Dingo Warrior in World Class, he
Right.
could get away with using just the name Warrior. Because remember, in '98, he went on to WCW to have that horrendous feud with Hogan, and he was called Warrior at that point.
Right, and I'm not sure. I think they talked about this on the biography on A&E. And
B.
We started the show in Denver, Colorado. But didn't he? Was it? But if that was his actual name, his real now that he would have rights to Ultimate Warrior too, because it was the likeness, the similarity. When you sign contracts, it says that any likeness or similarity. So Warrior would be.
Well, he wore face paint before WWF when he was in
Right.
World Class, so he could get away with that too
Right.
in WCW.
But
The only thing I really don't think he could have gotten away with, and they didn't even attempt it, was to call him Ultimate Warrior because that was a Vince creation.
Right.
Everything else
Yeah.
though was prior usage.
You want to go jogging later?
Yeah, we'll go
This
jogging.
ankle's it's itching to do something.
All right. But before we go, any final memories? Maybe he'll come up again in
Andre?
'91, but at least of the Boss in 1990. Did it change the atmosphere at all not to have him on the road anymore with you guys? Or?
Not that
You didn't really care.
Not that, but I mean, did affect us. You know?
Well, I mean, were there ever times someone would leave and you'd kind of miss having them around?
No, especially if they died. But
Well, obviously, but I mean, when someone, when they depart the company.
if it's like Sean, when we were close as we were, and we're good again. But I would have been different, because it's my partner in crime. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I can explain it this way. You got your favorites, like Kurt Hennig being one, Davey Boy being for me. Davey Boy being one, and Kerry Von Erich, and when we were running 3 towns a night. It's hard to call New York City a town.
Yeah, right.
When you're running 3 towns a night, 3 cities.
Not Topeka, Kansas.
Yeah. You're hoping that your guys are on your like you're on we called it A, B, and C, and it kind of was that way. The C team had the smaller shows, but
the C team were towns in a lot of ways.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
Some of them.
And even when things were really hot, the D team.
What's that?
I said when things were really hot, the D team.
Yeah,
some
at one
weekends.
time,
Yeah.
Man, they wasn't missing a trick, and they're selling them all out.
Well, I think that's a little bit of
at one
romantic
point.
history.
Yeah.
I mean, even in '87 at its peak, if you look at some of the crowds for some certain cities and whatnot, you'd be blown away at how little. I don't know if you are familiar with it. I know you're so active with everything we do here in Boston Wrestling, but we do our daily WWE history video of results from a live event from usually the 80s or 90s. And sometimes if you look at the attendance, I remember there was one we did not too long ago. Steamboat and Savage was the main event in '87, fresh off of their WrestleMania 3 Classic.
Okay, I was gonna say it was probably spinning
2,700 people.
Really?
So that's not sellout
That must
business.
have been something that happened. Maybe, what's his name that we was talking about last episode? Was getting ready to expose whatever he thought. What's his name?
Superstar Billy Graham. No, this was years before that.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, it was business great in that era? Absolutely. But was it a sellout every night like everybody says? No.
Well, if you was on that man's Hulk, he was all the ones I was on. I don't know which ones y'all saw.
Well, you know what?
From 80, we had, well, at least for TV taping, they had set the record. And the last I heard it was for TVs was the 300 consecutive, which was what back then. We did 3 TV. We did Remember Wrestling Challenger one day and Superstars another day, and then it was 3 shows. We didn't have Raw until about what, midnight or
Raw
early
started
90s?
in '93. Yeah.
93. But it was 3. I don't remember. I know there was Challenge with Superstars.
Sometimes you'd even just have a TV taping to try and fill primetime wrestling and All American wrestling, and there'd be almost like bonus TV tapings that would.
And those were they were good about finding cities with a building that could accommodate a certain number. As I guess by advanced sales they could see if it ain't going good.
My buddy Ed Cohen was the master of it. He knew those schedules. But I mean, even Hogan and Andre, when they tried to break into the Carolinas, I don't remember if it was the first event WWF had in Charlotte or Greensboro, but Hogan and Andre only did about 2,000 people in '87 or '88.
I wonder what was going on.
After doing 93,000 in Detroit. So, was business great? Yes. Was it on fire? Yes. Was it sellout business every night? No.
No, I wonder what happened in '87 though for it dropped. WrestleMania had already become around, right?
Yeah, but for example, the next night they could do 16,000 in Philadelphia. There was some fluctuation.
I wonder if it was local promoters, because there was always a local.
There were local promoters too, sure.
And sometimes they just figured. That's just like the independent promoters.
The
they get a name on the card and forget, well, the people got to know he's there.
You still got to promote it, right. All right, wrestling fans, we are running out of time here, unfortunately, because we love talking with you. Again, if you're chatting away in the premiere, let us know what you thought of tonight's show.
By the way,
the super chat is open.
And in that chat room, how many times has this happened? You've seen it. When I get in there and chat with you, everybody starts, not everybody, a lot of them are like, oh, he's on TV, that's a fake one. Right?
They do, yeah. They don't realize that we have to pre-tape so many episodes at the same time.
Live.
This episode is not live, fans. This is pre-taped, just so you know. But the premiere chat is live, so if Marty does pop in,
it is?
that is the Marty that
How do I get that one? But that'll help them too. How do I get to the super chat?
No, you just, like you usually do, you go to the link and then you just, in the little box it says type here, you put in your message like you do sometimes when you come in.
But
the super chat is that wonderful little gray dollar sign. Again, don't forget to tip the bartender. The eBay store is open for business 24/7, baby.
By the way, you owe me $5.
Why is that?
Because I tipped the bartender. I was the bartender.
Share the links across social media so we can get more new fans in this wonderful world of Boston wrestling.
Yes.
A big thumbs up costs you nothing. Sharing the link costs nothing. Subscribing to the YouTube channel costs nothing. But if you want to become more than a fan, if you want to become more than a friend, if you want to join the Boston Wrestling family, baby, there's only one place to be. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. We get early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows. You get the acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on the Howard Stern Show. You get Patreon exclusive videos like some of the watch-alongs we've done with Marty, and the knowledge that your fine self, you are helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Again, that's patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For my partner in crime each and every Thursday night, Mr. Marty Jannetty, I am his humble assistant, Dan Marotti. We'll see you next Thursday. And then don't forget, tomorrow night after SmackDown, John Cena Sr. and that piece of back for a fabulous Friday. We'll see you then.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep Wrestling Legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
Wrestlemania Weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Crime Time, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition. Between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting, we can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2.
Marty's back every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Impact Wrestling. Don't miss an episode. Marty returns to MWF Studios for 3 big nights of tapings, September the 1st through September the 3rd. There continues to be this misconception that we either cut ties with Marty or Marty chose to leave the show, as it comes up in the chat in virtually every episode. Fans, that is 110% untrue. We did have the incident in June, but again, Marty is our friend. We're keeping in mind that Marty is in extreme pain 24/7, overcoming 2 major reconstructive ankle surgeries this year, and we're trying to create the best game plan possible to give you fans the best content possible. I communicate with Marty virtually every day, so I don't know why people think that he's gone or that he ever left or that we got rid of him. That did not happen. As I've said to Marty, I don't want Marty on the show in 2021. I want him on the show in 2031. I want this to be a long-term partnership that benefits us both, and we want you fans along for the ride. As I mentioned earlier in the show, this week's Week in Review is a little shorter than normal, as John Cena Sr. is off on vacation with Marjo Ouellette. We wanted to try to do a podcast-style episode for you, but he couldn't get a signal on the remote island that he's on, so he presented to you last night a brand new episode of MWF Extra as we look at our 20th anniversary blockbuster Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Along with news and notes coming out of our recent Board of Directors meeting. You can find that episode on YouTube now. Speaking of our 20th anniversary bash, Boston Wrestling Patreon family members can access all-inclusive VIP packages and event tickets to our November 13th endeavor right now on Patreon using a special link that can be found at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Again, tickets go on sale to all fans this Friday, August the 6th, along with another featured superstar announcement on who's going to be joining Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, and Hacksaw Jim Duggan. This is going to be an in-ring wrestling event, an interactive fan fest. You're never going to forget, folks. Make your plans to join us live at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass, November the 13th. As noted, we need your help in creating our next Tuesday night tradition, and the Indiegogo is the way to do it as we try and make our way back to Tampa, Florida for Wrestle House 2 to tape brand new episodes with some old friends, some new friends. We have some great perks for you to immerse yourself in the Boston wrestling experience, and we need your help to make it happen. We've got autograph rewards, live experiences, advertising opportunities available to you to help make it happen. Links can be found in the description box below. As you know, keeping wrestling legends working is a great passion of ours, which is why we implore you to join the Boston Wrestling MWF family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. As we've noted before, when Marty comes to town, it turns into 3 very long days of tapings, as it's the only cost-affordable way to do it. Imagine if we could afford to bring Marty or other superstars in once a month in a much more relaxed environment. It would make great programs even better for you. Let's make these wrestling greats' lives even easier with a platform where they can simply fly in, share their stories for you to enjoy from decades to come, and then go home. If you had fun tonight, folks, and I know you did, please give this video a big-time thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Both are absolutely free. It lets YouTube know you enjoy what we do, and they'll showcase our video to more and more fans that haven't seen us yet. There are millions of fans that don't know we exist, but will love us once they do. Like any high-quality human being, if you had fun tonight, don't forget to tip the bartender using the amazing Super Chat button on YouTube. It's that little gray dollar sign under the premiere box. We have a big week ahead, and we need your help. If everybody helps a little, it goes a long way. Again, as we noted earlier, our eBay store is open 24/7 with great rare items of superstars from every era, including The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, who was released earlier today by WWE. We'll be talking about that this week for sure. Every purchase not only helps keep Wrestling Legends working, but gets you an on-air shout-out for helping our team. Link can be found in the description box below. Finally, as we've noted, and we keep pushing, because the first of every month usually stings, we need you guys to go from being our friends, to go from being our fans, to becoming Boston Wrestling MWF family members at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You know the deal. You get that early. Ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows. You get the access to our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon-exclusive videos, and the knowledge that you, yes you, are helping keep the wrestling legends you know and love working, the legends you grew up with as a kid. You also have first crack at tickets to our Back to the 80s WrestleFest live wrestling event and Fanfest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. Again, how can you join us on Patreon? You can find the link in the description box below. If you cannot remember the link, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Fans, I've said it before, I've said it again. It feels like the ending of an old Saturday night's main event on NBC. We have to say goodbye, we have to say goodnight, but it's always a little sad. Sometimes I'd like to stay on here all night and talk wrestling with you guys, but I am not live, so I really can only interact with you guys in the premiere chat box if I'm not distracted with something else on the computer or something else in life. You know how that goes, right? I would love to hear your feedback on all of this week's episodes. Maybe to give us some ideas for yet another big week ahead. Again, as I've noted, we can't produce these talk shows without you 7 days a week. We want to be your post-game show to wrestling premieres, whether it be after Raw at 11 o'clock on Monday or at 10 p.m. Tuesday through Friday. We have our weekend talk shows with Week in Review on Saturday night. And then if you haven't enjoyed, and I'm going to use the word enjoy, Wrestling Insider's Stern But Fair on Sundays at 7 p.m. on non-pay-per-view weekends, you're shortchanging yourself. Myself and my friend, the first and former Boston Wrestling MWF Heavyweight Champion Tiger Mulligan, chew the fat on the world of professional wrestling. Tiger is a very wise man when it comes to this industry. He was recently named to our board of directors, replacing the retired Pistol Pete Tringali. Tiger and I, again, we premiere Sundays at 7, unless it's a pay-per-view, then we go a little earlier. But I think it's great wrestling talk. To me, out of all the shows we do each week, it's the one I'm the most relaxed upon. So I hope you choose to join us. And folks, with that said, on a mysterious Saturday where The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, is no longer with WWE, from my heart, from my soul, I send you love, I send you well wishes. To you, your friends, your family, I hope you continue to enjoy this great summer and what has been a crazy 2021. Once again, get ready for tickets going on sale to Back to the 80s WrestleFest this Friday. And again, to you, good night from Boston. Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.